Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Lubar Center here at the Marquette Law School. I'm Rita Aleiman, and I have the honor of being the program manager for the Lubar Center for Public Policy Research and Civic Education. I also have the honor to introduce this morning my dear friend, someone who's been a mentor to me, someone who I love, and someone who I think deserves a great deal of credit, but most of all, you have my respect for what she's done in the area of restorative justice. I turn the mic over to Janine Geske, the former Supreme Court Justice of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Rita, and thank you, all of you, for having made it through the snow. We're tough, and I am thrilled to have all of you here for what I think will be an exciting, informative, but pretty emotional day as we look at issues involving trauma in our community. Let me just tell you for a moment how these conferences come to be. I think we were trying to count last night, and I think this is our 13th annual conference. And we've covered a lot of cutting-edge issues, including clergy sex abuse and international conflict. We have looked at bullying. We have looked at gangs. We have looked at a number of really tough issues. And when we started a year ago, because that's when Christine Walensky-Vogel calls us together and says, time to start on the timeline, we were looking at a lot of the trauma and conflict in our community, particularly between police and the community. And we were reflecting on how to approach it, and we do this in a day, so we have to do something that's pretty targeted. And we want to look at whatever the issue is through a restorative justice lens. Now, many of you in the room know about restorative justice, but some of you may not, and let me just give you a brief definition so you understand what we're trying to do today. Restorative justice is a philosophical approach to dealing with harm and trying to figure out who was harmed, what was the harm, and how we're going to repair it. And the example I always give, that if somebody is a victim of a crime, if we take a burglary of an elderly person's house, that woman is obviously traumatized and impacted. But all sorts of people around her are also traumatized, her neighbors, her children, her friends. And so when we look at the bigger picture of who was harmed, there are lots of people involved. In addition to looking just at the victim survivor, we also look at the community. How does crime affect the community? The neighborhoods, the stores, the businesses, people's comfort in a neighborhood, how housing suddenly lowers in value when we have crime in a neighborhood, what happens to our malls when suddenly there's a lot of crime in a mall. And so those are all the ripples that come out of community. And then we finally look also at the perpetrator and people around him or her that are also impacted, their children, their friends, their parents, other people. And so when you look at a single event, it ripples through a lot of communities and people. Well, we have a lot of that going in Milwaukee, as all cities around the country. And so we wanted to look at the issue of trauma, and I'm going to introduce to you Amy Lovell in a moment. As many of you know, Marquette is really looking at trauma under lots of lenses and trying to gather people together. As we looked at the issue of our communities and the trauma, we decided to focus in on individual stories. Again, for those of you that do not know about restorative justice processes, one of them is the talking circle. And some of you may remember we did a film a number of years ago and Rita produced it, and it was the healing circle of survivors and even an offender and others talking about the impact of the clergy abuse. So we decided to go ahead and to do a circle with a number of individuals who you'll not only see in the film in a little while, but you'll also get to hear today because all of them are here. talk about the trauma and the impact that it's had, and for us to sort of focus the day on what we learned through that film. So we'll be focusing on both the issue, all three, on the issue of childhood trauma, and where does that ripple, and where does the harm happen, and what kinds of things can we do as community and as individuals to help heal that trauma. Secondly, we're going to specifically look for one of the sessions on law enforcement. We don't often look at the issue of trauma for law enforcement officers, and we're going to spend a little time listening to them and the kind of trauma they face. The third panel is going to look at what are we doing as community and what can we do as community to address these many issues. Then we're going to have a closing panel. We're also going to have a speaker from Baltimore, whom I think you will very much enjoy. So that's the focus of the day. The hope is at the end of the day, people are invigorated with new thoughts and ideas of ways to approach the harm. The fundamentals of restorative justice is first you have to understand what the harm is. And that's what the film's going to be about, that we understand the depth and the breadth of the harm that's been caused to people and that they live with, and how it is we as a community support them, help them move forward. I do want to tell you that we understand that the film is about trauma and it's traumatic. So we have retained the services of Dr. Julie Scott. Julie Scott is over there. I make you a doctor and you're not? Okay. I made her a doctor for today, but Julie Scott, she is a therapist. And Julie is available all day long if somebody needs to talk about something that's been triggered or something you felt. You can talk to Julie or you can talk to one of us, and we've got a private room on the first floor, and she will give you an opportunity to talk through whatever you're facing. So if you need to get up and leave during the course of either the film or somebody talking, that happens at times because people are triggered by all sorts of things, please feel free to do that. You're not going to be insulting anybody, we understand, and we'll keep an eye out that, and we'll send Julie after you if you would like her services. I do want to thank somewhere the dean. Where is he? Oh, I hear him. Oh, he's over there. Dean Joe Kearney. Joe Kearney has been with me on this journey of restorative justice. He has supported this program, these conferences, the work that we've done throughout all these years. There is not a dean in this country that's more supportive of that kind of work than Joe. He has been incredibly helpful and willing to put on these conferences and have Marquette dig in and pay for things like the movie and other things. And so I am very, very grateful to Joe for his presence, his support, and his willingness to try new ideas and new things when we come up with them. Finally, I want to talk about the understanding about the day is that one of the things we often don't talk about is that secondary victimization. That is the people that are around the person who's been harmed or in the community or around the person who's perpetrated the offense. And I want you to think about that when you hear people speak in the film, that you can be deeply impacted even though you were not at the crime or you were not at the event, but because of what you've read, what you've experienced, what's happened to somebody close to you, your life can be permanently altered. And because there are various levels of trauma in many of people in this room, as well as many people in our community at all levels of economic status, racial status. No matter what status you come up with, many, many people have faced trauma, and we need to recognize that and find ways to be more loving and to be more supportive of them. At this point, I'd like to introduce Amy Lovell. Amy and her husband, Mike, Dr. Mike Lovell, are the co-chairs of this trauma task force that's known as SWIM. And I'm going to have her talk about it. Recently, Marquette had an incredible conference with, I believe, 1,400 people. And I'd like her just to tell you for a few minutes about what Marquette has been doing generally on the trauma issue. Amy?
Thank you for having me here. I feel very out of my league, so thank you. Janine asked me to just talk a few minutes about the conference and swim scaling wellness in Milwaukee. And so the conference was in partnership with St. A. It was their original conference to celebrate their 40th anniversary, and they opened it up to be collaborative. We had all the national experts in trauma as well as all the leaders in our community presenting in breakouts. There were over 1,400 people and a lot of energy in the room, and they stayed through the entire 3 days of right to the end, which was really impressive. So a big shout out to Tim Grove, who's here today from St. A. It was impressive. And just to kind of piggyback on that, through the stories that John Schmid has written about this initiative, as well as the conference, we've gained some national attention. And I was invited to attend a training in Connecticut this week for Circle of Security Parenting, which is a parenting model set up very similar to your restorative justice circle, where parents come together in a circle and go through this training and learn the ways that their parents may have harmed them as well. But in that training, someone came up to me and said, "How'd you get Oprah?" And I said, "Well, we didn't have Oprah, we had a video of Oprah." He's like, "Still, you had a video of Oprah." And that was really a credit to Tim Grove. But so nationally, people saw our conference and what we were doing. And he actually had, I was with a colleague and actually had us stand up and get recognition for the work we're doing in Milwaukee when we felt honored to be there, because Connecticut, he's with the Department of Health and Human Services with Children and Families, and they've trained 1,700 people in this circle of security to be facilitators. So they have a community-wide effort going on there. But one thing that I just want to say is that this work is really about relationship, and I think it's what Janine is doing here in the law school with the restorative justice circles, is there's ruptures in relationship, and so we need to repair those relationships to promote healing. And I think SWIM has to work on relationship too among community partners to build trust so that we will all work together to have a bigger impact. So we welcome all of your involvement in our efforts, and thank you for devoting a day to trauma.
I am just going to say a couple of words about the circle, and then Rita Alaman's going to come up and add. Rita Alaman and Barry Mainwood, who you'll meet later, really are responsible for the creation of this film. We filmed it last summer. I think it was over 3 hours that we had these individuals sitting in a circle and sharing their very intimate, private stories with each other and us and the film. And the purpose was really for us, and they all knew this, for us to be able to see and hear and really understand with our hearts the kind of trauma that people walk around with. Normally, if you were going to do a circle, we would have continued it to talk about what kinds of things would support them and help heal them and work through with it. And we did a little of that. We had a problem because it was the end of right before vacation, and we had to close up the building. But the group has gotten together a bunch of times. They become good friends and have good relationships. And I'll let Rita talk a little more about how she gathered the group of people that participated, and a little bit about the film, what we're going to do at the end of it.
I'm not going to say much because I want you to see it, but first of all, my thanks to all the people who were in the film, who, when I called them and asked them if they would be willing to tell their stories and share it with me first and then with the group, were willing to do that and willing to let it be public. Barry Mainwood and I have met with them. We did tape for 3.5 hours. We cut it to an hour. Each person in the film has signed off that we did not in any way change their story or leave anything out that they thought was important. We've tried to hold their stories in our hands. We've tried to deal with it in the way that we think is loving and sacred and to be respectful of their lives. So my deep, deep, deep thanks to everybody who agreed to be part of this. The other thing I'll tell you, Barry and I have seen this numerous times because when you're trying to cut 3.5 hours down to an hour, you take a long look at things. Every time we've shown it, people have not been able to talk at the end of the film. So if you're having that response, like you just need to sit with it, just sit with it. Janine and I will come up afterwards to take your questions and to answer some things if you have questions about it. But please just sit with the film. And we know that that is the response. And I just thank you for being here and for your support for these efforts. And Dean Kearney, thank you for letting me make this film. Steve.
Does anybody want to share a reflection of viewing the film or ask a question?
I know it's hard. I've seen this numerous times. I do want to tell you a couple of things. The cameras were linked for time code, so the reactions you saw in the circle were happening in real time. We didn't add any responses. It was actually what was happening the moment that person spoke. So I want you to know that the film was not altered in any way, that their reactions were their reactions. And people in the circle did not know each other's stories. We did not place them in any particular order. In fact, that morning when people were coming in and Barry and I were working on the lighting and the placement, I actually sat them by the best light for their skin tone and their hair, and because we had these huge panels of light in the room to make it look like the sunlight was coming in through those windows in the reading room, and I wanted Mary Kay, because of the way her hair laid, to sit in a certain place so I could see her face. And so those stories played out in the circle by virtue of accidental placement, if you will. But obviously, Janine created the kind of environment where people's stories poured out, and as you saw, they built in a certain way that was the miracle of their sharing. And I say that because it was a profoundly moving time. But I wanted you to know we didn't put them in any order for the idea that it would have a certain impact. What you saw was just what happened.
The other piece is that we did not do a trial run or a practice. Rita had spoken to most of the people in the circle. I'd spoken to a couple, and so we knew generally what they were going to talk about, although as we always do when we have circles, they're surprises. People go somewhere that they hadn't planned to go, and that's the natural flow. To me, it's the spiritual base of a circle. I mean, to me, but people see it differently, but there is, whether it's, you call it mystical, you call it something about the circle is greater than the individuals in it, and people's willingness to share very intimate parts of their life with an audience is amazing. We had a showing about a week and a half ago for all the participants to come together and to watch it to make sure they were all comfortable. And, Rita and I Rita probably more than we all hold our breath because they've already have some sense, but that they're going to say, oh, I didn't mean that, or I didn't say that, or I don't want to be in that film. And almost all of them just said, thank you for giving us the opportunity, which was a really touching comment that for us. Yes?
Do I do this right? Yeah. Had any of them processed their stories before coming together in that circle?
Go ahead.
Processed, it's a good question. All of the people who were in the circle talked to me about their story or what they thought they might share. I actually pre-interviewed about 26 people, and there were 2 people who didn't come that day because they couldn't. I had been looking for particular stories of trauma to go with the theme. So and I think Assistant Chief Banks is in the room, who was a big help to me in terms of going through stories of people who were members of the Milwaukee Police Department, and making sure that they would be good to tell their story in the circle. There were some public defenders and district attorneys who I had spoken with because I had known many who at some point turned around in a courtroom and were like, I can't do this anymore. And some people who had taken mental health leaves as a result of the trauma they experienced in the courtrooms. I had also talked to some people who just couldn't come and share their story. There was a woman I had talked to. Talked to several people who've, their hair is a little whiter than mine, but had been in their communities 50, 60 years, but didn't go out on their porches anymore. Didn't let their grandkids play outside. But they'd say to me, I wasn't a victim of trauma, I just don't go out anymore. But I wasn't a victim of trauma. I don't go to the grocery store by myself. I don't let my kids play. So I had been looking for that kind of community story because I thought that often we forget that people who love this city live in places that have become terrifying to them.
The other piece is, and we had one woman who had convictions who was going to be there that morning, and she called that morning and could not come. We had talked to others, and so we recognize LT, of course, has a very compelling story, but we tried to get a few other people who had been through the system, and it turned out the way it turned out. And so, ultimately, you treasure each story individually, and if you're looking for who's not there, there are a lot of people that aren't there, and that's the point of all this, is there are lots of people in the community who are not represented in those stories, but have their own stories.
I also want to say this, and then I see you have a question. I see you. What people said was not practiced. I mean, they weren't speaking from scripts, they were just speaking. So when Yolanda says, hurt people, or when LT says, insecure people are dangerous people, or when Mary Kay talks about the trajectory of the bullet, or Tim talks about the lack of justice as a resolution, when Ron talks about grief closing in on him, that was just what they said. The other thing, and I want to draw attention to this, is, and you probably experienced this, but I hope you did. This is the TV producer side. What I experienced in the room was that they went right back to the moment. Billy could smell the hamburgers. Wardo could feel the stones on his knees. That people when Tim told his story, he was right back there at that file, right, Tim? So what I experienced, and I think what Janine has experienced frequently in these circles, is people go right back to that moment and they're reliving it. So there's no scripts, absolutely no scripts.
Yes, we're just starting circles of support for people who have come back from prison and are in community supervision. And I'm wondering if you have suggestions about questions to help them open up and unpack some of the traumas and how to approach that so that we can really help them to do the kind of sharing that we saw in your circle.
Let me see if I heard you correctly. It was the question whether when you're doing circles, for example, with reentering offenders and others, what are the kinds of questions you ask in order to be able to pull out the stories and have people talk? That's sort of a multifaceted question. It actually, although it looks easy, and it becomes easier when you're experienced, there's a lot of training for people who do circles, because especially the higher level of offenses and the deeper the kind of stories they're going to be telling, the more important that you've got a sensitivity as to what you're asking, what you're pulling out of people, and that you have somebody available to support them. That being said, our program at Marquette ran circles on the north side and the south side for 4 years in a program called Safe Streets. And people were just coming off the street and being part of the circles. And one of the questions we asked at the beginning and let people tell their stories is, what influence has violence played in your life? Everybody can answer that question. Everybody can answer it, even if it's just where you chose to live. And so we would get stories out of people then. I think we need to take a break. We're going to take a break so you have a chance to sort of go out, get a glass of water, a cup of coffee, use the facilities. Back in 15 minutes, and then we're going to go into our first panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I told you earlier, the next panel is going to address the lens of childhood trauma. As we watched the film and heard the stories, many of these stories either occurred or touched on things that happened in childhood. And whether it was LT's story about trying to determine who he was when he was a young boy and finding out what who his father was, whether it was Billy's experience with the mother and stepfather of her friend. And many of the other stories involved children. And children not only were directly impacted, but as I mentioned earlier, as we look at restorative justice, children are impacted indirectly. And, Billy mentioned this, that when she gets called to a large violent scene, she sees those children that have seen it, that have experienced about it, that have heard about it, and wonders what happens to what they've just experienced. How does that fit in their lives? I can tell you that in doing the prison program for close to 20 years up at Green Bay, the stories that the men tell when we're up there often involve what they see, what they've been, when they were there when their best friend was shot, they were there when something else happened, when their mother was beaten, lots and lots of those experiences. So we have put together this very dynamic, wonderful panel. Yolanda, as you saw in the film, has worked with kids and also with adults and heard lots and lots of stories. And I think she does such a beautiful job of describing her role of holding their stories sacred and listening to them and supporting them. And so I'm going to have in a minute Yolanda talk a little bit about the impact of childhood trauma on her clients, both in terms of the children and the adults, and what kind of support either she's seen that they have or they need. Then we're going to have Judge Trigiano, Mary Trigiano. Many of you know Mary. She is a circuit court judge in Milwaukee County, but she has devoted a great deal of her time the last several years to working on trauma-informed care in the court system, and teaching judges and support staff and others around the system about trauma, and has made recommendations, and she's got a couple of stories to share about trying to have trauma-informed care in particularly juvenile court dealing with kids. And then you're going to hear from Tim Grove, who you also saw in the film. And Tim has become the trainer extraordinaire for the whole area on trauma. He can tell you anything you want about trauma, but he also eloquently described his own experiences with having to deal with the trauma-related stories he's heard. And I'm going to have him talk a little bit about the broader question of trauma and the impact it's had. So I want to begin with Yolanda, and I'm just going to comment that Yolanda's story impacted me in a lot of ways. You know, the one part obviously is the trauma that she listens to when she sits with clients with children. The other part of the trauma is how that affected her parenting and her impact with her kids, and how those of us who work in this area wind up living differently than we would if we had not those experiences. So Yolanda, do you want to talk to us a little bit about, you did a little bit in the film, but the kinds of stories you hear from kids or from adults during their childhood, those experiences and the kind of, you talked about hurt people hurting people, but tell us a little bit about what that's been like to be sitting in that space with people telling you those stories and the impact you think it's had on them.
The impact that the stories have had on
No, the trauma.
Oh, okay. So as I said in the film, and wow, there are a lot of people in this room. So as I said in the film, I started out in child welfare as a social worker. And so I often encountered what I call quote unquote parents showing what they call quote unquote love to their children. And those children then having to build with me a relationship to tell me what their parents or their parents' lovers or their cousins or their caretakers or their placements did to them, so that I could do the very best that I could do to help protect them, not only from that, but from further pain. What I found interesting when I left child welfare, because I was hoping to escape the weight of that, when a 7-year-old, and I said in the film that I'm emotive, so forgive me. I also sweat, so I have a fan. When a 7-year-old tells you that their father had sex with them, and then you meet that 7-year-old's father on a subsequent case, and confidentiality is a weight in and of itself. So I can't tell you, or at least I'm not supposed to, tell you that I know that you're the same person who molested your child. And now I have to hear your stories of molestation and then craft that story into a thing that the judge can relate to humanize you. Because on paper, you're a child molester. Decades ago, you were a child molester. Today, you're my client, and I have to see you as Mr. or Mrs. so-and-such. And I have to explain to a judge how, though they behave this way towards their child, their biological step, whatever, child, that they too have been a victim. So when I say hurt people, and we've all heard it, there are a lot of clinicians in this room, so we've all heard that hurt people hurt people. My hurt people have also been victimized. When we talk about restorative justice, where was justice for them before they got to the place that they needed to talk to me, right? How, and I forget part of your question.
Go ahead, just go, you're good.
But how does
you don't need me.
I do, all the time. How does that affect them? Well, a lot of times, and this is where that weight comes in and where that grace comes in and where that honor comes in. Fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of times I'm the very first person in life that they've ever felt comfortable enough to talk about being introduced to drugs by their grandparents, which I've always found crazy because my grandmother would have slapped sin straight out of me, right? When they were pimped out by their mom. When their father set fire to them. I'm the very first person that they've ever told how that felt, the fear that they had, who they couldn't tell, why they couldn't tell her, why their mother didn't believe that her lover was also having sex with them, why they felt so alone. So I'm the very first person that they've had in their corner. And I'm in a space where I have to explain to another person who will never hear the entirety of your story why you need to care. Yes, we need to, yes, they did something. Yeah, they did. They committed a crime. They did that. But what were the steps that led them to making the decisions that they made in order to have to talk to me, to have to be in front of a judge, to be with a public defender? What happened? Do we negate that? No, we hold them responsible, right? We hold them accountable. But what about the steps to that accountability? Who was held accountable before they got to where they are? And that's a question that we can hardly ever answer. I know Tim talks about not being able to wrap your arms around that justice because there's sometimes a place where you don't know who the offender is. In my case, I usually get to know who the offender is. What do I do with that? By grace and favor, I have a God that I can go to. I have an awesome mother who lets me vent when I need to, who lets me cry when I need to. And then, like I said, I go home to my kids and I explain to them what the devil you will not do so that I don't have to talk to somebody about you and about the things that I know that you went through. So where does that leave me? That leaves me in a place of awesome responsibility. I meet with some of the most amazing people, and some of you will not determine them to be that, because they're criminals, right? And they're offenders, and they're molesters, and they're child rapists, and they're murderers. I have met murderers who are smarter than many of the people I've ever crossed paths with. They just made a decision to end somebody else's life. And I don't say just to minimize it, because in that moment, they felt that they had to, or they were pressed to, or the other voices told them to. I sit here, this is very odd for me, because all I do every day is just try to be the support that they need. What kind of supports do they need? They need us. They need somebody to hear them, to see them. Not as case number 12 CM TF 2578. They need us to see them as Josh or John or Linda or Lacey, and all of those are made up, don't trip. Okay? We need to see them. So when we see the I even hate using this word, ex-offender. When you see John on the street, know that John had a story before John was arrested and convicted and released. Know that. You don't have to know what the story is. One of our trainings says to assume that everybody has experienced trauma. And trauma is an individual experience. So what you might not deem as trauma, like I said, some people just see it as life, right? What you might not see as trauma is somebody else's trauma. That's somebody else's weight. View every person that you engage with, not as a victim, but as a survivor. We work in a world of survivors, and their stories need to be honored. Their lives need to be honored. And we should all be in a position to be able to do that. And I don't know if that answered your question.
It does, very well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. Mary, I'm going to have you talk a little bit. After Yolanda has worked with particularly children or even with the adults, there's a whole court system that a person who's charged with a crime has to face, as well as the survivors of the crimes who have to come into the system. What has been your experience of why you got involved in even looking at this issue, and what kinds of things have been happening both in Milwaukee but also statewide?
I probably won't answer your question either. Okay. So, at first I want to say, just now I've been able to catch my breath after watching some of the video of my friends and colleagues, and so I encourage everybody all the time to take 3 deep breaths to try to process and get through, because it is pretty daunting when you hear some of these stories. But if I don't say the word opportunity several times today, someone needs to raise their hand and say, Judge, you were going to say the word opportunity. because I find that learning about trauma and trauma-informed care has made my job incredibly rewarding. And it also has given me the opportunity to help people, and that's why I came to this profession. And I've been able to work with a lot of people, people in this audience too, collaboratively to make our justice system a little smarter, because I think that's what it's all about. So I spent 9 of my 14 years at Children's Court. After that, I spent 3 years in the domestic violence court handling intimate partner violence and child abuse and neglect adult criminal cases. When I first got on the bench, one of my colleagues said to me, you know, just be careful because you're gonna have that one case that you remember for the rest of your life. And I can't keep count anymore. And I know some of my colleagues out here probably will say the same thing. And I could probably name 20 right now, but I'm gonna only talk to you about 2 of them in a minute. What I've found is the common denominator with each one of those is what I call that knock your socks off kind of trauma. The kind that you have to catch your breath when you hear the stories and when you try to process them in your head and figure out, as the judge who's sitting on the bench, what kind of decision you're gonna have to make to address what's going on in their lives. So I wanna introduce you to Corey. Corey was my first unforgettable teen. And I met Corey when I was about 2 years on the bench. And Corey is about 14, 15 years old, and he was charged with possession of THC and theft. And he came into my courtroom when I first saw him. And he had green hair and a ton of piercings. And he was pretty quiet and sullen most of the time. I put him on probation. I had probation reviews. He would come back to me, and he was doing well. I realized what his true hair color was after a while because he wasn't dyeing it anymore. He lost the piercings. He got back into school. He was doing really, really well, had a girlfriend, and he was excited to come and tell me about all these things. I stopped doing probation reviews on him because he was well on his path to doing, extremely well. And about 4 months later, I got the call, and the call was from a colleague who'd said, she had heard from one of the district attorneys that Corey had committed a pretty brutal homicide. And of course, I think what judges and district attorneys and public defenders ask themselves is, what did we miss? What could we have done differently so we could have prevented this? If we're doing our jobs right, that's the goal. We want to make sure we launch these kids and they're on a good path to becoming productive citizens and nothing like this happens. So what we learned and what we had in front of us all along was this horrifying information that was worse than the homicide itself. As I went back and looked and realized, and I didn't have him when he had his child welfare record, but Corey was sexually assaulted at age 4 by a step-grandfather, at age 10 by his mother's boyfriend, and at age 13 by another adult. He also had a mother who was struggling. She was involved in domestic violence relationships. Corey would watch his mother get beat. He was also beaten. As I went through this list, I found out about drug use in the home and a lot of other things. Some of the things that you've heard today, some of the things Yolanda shared about her clientele, was all coming down on this kid while he was very young and up through his teens until this incident happened. 2 things I think are really important. He had a father in his life, but he was incarcerated. So Corey didn't get to reach out to him over a pretty long period of time. And a couple other people really close to him in his life were no longer in his life. He didn't have them. They either passed away or just he wasn't connected with them any longer. And I think that is an important thing, because many of these people we see don't have relational health, those connections that they need. And the one thing that I repeatedly saw in his child welfare record, and what I remember him saying when we had the discussion, was this: nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. So he didn't care anymore. What I've learned, and what I've learned a lot through Tim and my teachings with Tim, and this is, I think, Corey, is why I'm sitting here today and why I've been working on this issue for 12 years and trying to bring it to the justice system, is because what we really know, and I think, Janine, you said it before you can fix a problem, you have to know what it is. And what we're finding out is a big problem is that if we hurt and we harm and we scare the hell out of kids, if we scare the hell out of kids and we don't support them, all things can happen, all sorts of bad things can happen with how their brain develops, how they develop, how it impacts their behavior. And we have to start paying attention to that. I always thought, when does Corey go from this child welfare kid who was sexually assaulted by people in his life to this horrible monster? Where did that line? It happened with one instant, one thing. There's many more Coreys, and what we found out, as Yolanda said, trauma is very pervasive in the justice system, but it also prevents us with that opportunity to figure out how to do prevention work. And no doubt, trauma and trauma-informed care are not something that the justice system or judges do a lot on the bench, right? And here's why, and I'll tell you another story. And I see my colleague, Justice Colon, or Judge Pedro Colon, who sat at Children's Court too. We have 15 minutes on the bench to address the issues in front of us. So what do, Pedro? We hear about all the bad things, right, that have happened, because we have to figure out how we're going to change what we're going to do in terms of decisions. So we're hearing a lot of bad things. What a person hasn't done that they were supposed to do because we told them to do that. So I had a 14-year-old girl, Mercedes, another memorable teen in my life and on the bench, and she didn't show up much. She had a child welfare history. She was charged with trying to stab her mother's boyfriend for a variety of reasons I won't get into. So she was on my watch. She was my kid. And she wouldn't show up much. She was placed in a group home. She would run away. Every once in a while, she showed up in court. The one time that she showed up in court, we did what we always do, business as usual. Asked the district attorney, what went wrong? Asked the case manager, what went wrong? Asked the guardian ad litem, what went wrong? Mom's in the back, what went wrong? And with some of my training that Tim has given me, and I'm grateful for that, I watched her this time. I was focused on her. And what I saw her do was something that I didn't think I would see after learning about it. But her eyes started flickering, and they rolled back in her head. And she was not present in that hearing. And she was not going to hear what I was going to tell her to do because she was dissociating. I stopped the presses, and we did what I call a do-over, and I've done this now repeatedly in any case that I have. We started talking to her and about what she needed. And I knew that she was a runner, not just a runaway, but she liked to do track at school. So we restarted the conversation, and we talked to her about what went right. And you know what went right that day? The only thing that went right that day was that she showed up. And she showed up in my courtroom. And from then on, that's how we started the hearings with her and her family and the people in the courtroom, and she never missed a court appearance again. Just that little change in understanding what she had in her past and how we were talking to her and how that impacted her made the difference. So that is what we are starting to teach in our courtrooms and in our justice system. That's a simple example. There are harder examples of what the justice system can do. So just real quick, we have been doing trainers with the support of the trainings with the support of the Community Justice Council, leaders like Chief Judge White, I saw John Chisholm here, and Tom Reed, and others who are all collaboratively agreeing that we need to start learning about the impact of trauma on the health and well-being of the people that come into our courts. And we are investing through our MacArthur grant, a Train the Trainer, where we train ourselves to go out, multidisciplinary trainings amongst everyone in the justice system, from the DAs to the public defenders, the Department of Corrections. The judges have a training. Every judge is going to be, in fact, we're halfway through the judges being trained on the impact of trauma and what happens in their courtrooms. We are paying more and more attention to this, and that has given us more and more opportunities, I said it, opportunities to tailor our decisions to understand the human being in front of us and not just the case and the case number. It's ongoing. We have a long way to go in the justice system because trauma and trauma-informed care are not necessarily neatly matched to what we do, but we're paying more attention to that.
Thanks, Mary. So Tim, where did all this trauma come from, and why are we talking about it now, and what's happening in the world of trauma?
Yeah, so let me answer that by introducing or reinforcing for many of you a fairly common psychological principle, one that we call cognitive dissonance. And I introduce it as a means of answering Janine's question because you've probably all experienced it already this morning and probably will again before the day is up. So when your person experiences something that's too much, you try to figure out how to reconcile that. And there's a bunch of ways people do that. They ignore it. They make it less than what it is. They find an alternate explanation. So what I think is going on in Milwaukee, and maybe that will ripple to other parts of the country, is people are starting to finally connect the truth around the relevance, the prevalence, the intensity of trauma. And I want to say something that hasn't been brought up yet. It's remarkable to me in this great country, and I do believe it is great, that for 400 years that dissonance has led us to believe that racism still isn't real. Right? And one of the neat things about trauma and trauma-informed care is that oppression has to be folded under the trauma banner. It has to. Because if you've now taught groups of people how to survive across generations, you have to understand the truth of that. You have to push through the dissonance and reconcile the ugliness of that and not live in a world that says Obama was elected, we're all good. So what I think is actually happening right underneath our noses is the forces that are practicing trauma-informed care and the forces that are prioritizing equity are starting to unite. And in that unification, there's some remarkable opportunity. Here's what I mean by that. We know what the truth is. If you're a person of color in this community, you have a playbook to teach your kids, especially your young black males, how to survive the police. And that's a necessary playbook to survive a potential lethal interaction. What's often, though, not thought of is on the other side, the police are often scared too. And so this part of my conversation with Oprah last year about this time that then got translated into a 60 Minutes episode talking about lots of people in Milwaukee doing work around trauma, she and I had this conversation. It didn't make the 12 and a half minutes that 60 Minutes showed. But how do we start thinking about police-community interactions from a stress and trauma lens in a dualistic way? And how do we leverage some of this information and content? Who does it need to get taught to? How do we need to sort of distribute it so that more incidents can end with less violence, with less harm? And I'm not just talking about lethal outcome. I'm talking about someone being emotionally injured as a result of that interaction. It's a subtle but yet unique way to think about one way communities can rally around trauma. I would also say this, some of you probably watched the gubernatorial debate, the last one. For the first time in my memory, a specific question, or Judge Colonna is nodding his head, about trauma was asked to the candidates. My prediction is that's going to happen in the next presidential debate. I think the country is going to start to understand the priority that this is for all of us, not just around trauma, but the antidote to trauma throughout human history has been human connection. And we have made decisions as a group of people that is rapidly unraveling our greatest gift, the ability to connect with each other. Our phones are part of the culprits. But I said something that got me in trouble recently with my economics friends. I said, you know, I live in suburban Waukesha, and I think I should convince my neighbors to share a lawnmower. And my economic friend said, you know, that's such a radical idea. Briggs and Stratton and, you know, sort of Toro will be really angry at you. But in all seriousness, what we've got to start thinking about is how we leverage economic decision to compel people to interact with each other. Because if I shared my lawnmower with one or two neighbors, we'd have to coordinate who used it when. And when my neighbor Jay ran the gas out and didn't refill it, I'd have to reconcile my frustration with him. Some people live in a world where none of those opportunities exist. And I know it sounds trite and silly in many ways, but we've got to start, in my humble opinion, someone who's been thinking about trauma for a long, long time, restoring connection. That's actually what I like about Janine's work in terms of the restorative justice piece, and it's not ironic or lost on me that those words are comparable. This is part of the recipe. So in your communities, in your neighborhoods, in the places you care about, just ask yourself, what 2 or 3 radical new things can I do to create a connection that wasn't there before? Or restore a connection that has been broken? In many ways, that's kind of at the root of what restorative justice is all about. So did any of us answer your question, Janine?
Would you just address, because I think it's of interest and it may not relate exactly to today's topic, but the interest of business and other entities in the issue of trauma and impact on workforce and those kinds of things, because I know you work in that field as well.
Yeah, so I have to give a lot of credit to Julia Taylor from the Greater Milwaukee Committee, who has been a new advocate for this kind of work. Many of you know Julia and know her sort of record and work already, but she has found some new energy around the connection of this topic. We talk to employers quite a bit who say their biggest need is, they use sometimes interesting words, quality employees. I'm always a little concerned about what that means, especially when we think about the potential impact of implicit bias, et cetera, but when I get through that and try to join with them, I say, okay, so that means someone who will show up on time, who will generally sort of be able to execute the duties you've assigned to them, whatever that might be. And what's fascinating to me is many of them are starting to appreciate that the headwinds to employees being able to do that are this conversation. So there's a really great video, by the way, from the owner of the Tandem restaurant on 18th and Fond du Lac. Some of you might have seen it. If you know trauma and stress, you can hear her strategies around trauma and stress in that video. It's worth Googling, by the way. It is maybe 5 minutes long. It's a great example of a really small employer starting to make modifications in terms of how they manage their employees. And she doesn't call it in a trauma-informed way, but I sure would. So let me be a little bit more explicit. One of the impacts of trauma is the brain and body's capacity to manage stress gets screwed up. That's a technical term, but it's probably one that's pretty clear, right? So what will happen is most of us, when we hear something that upsets us, we can recover in about a minute or two. Often folks with trauma histories, it can be 2 hours or 2 days or 2 weeks. So employers are starting to figure out if we can set an environment and help people have tools and sort of activity that can help them with their response time, we can make better employees. So what the owner of Tandem is talking about is modifying when and how her staff are able to take breaks and what tools they use to take breaks to help them re-regulate or sort of get back into a good place and provide better service to their customers. I know it sounds really simple, but part of what she allows her staff to do is go out back and smoke. We've forgotten, this is not a pro-smoking message, by the way, but with people with trauma histories, we often forget that you have to pick the battle you want to fight and which one is the top priority. I would argue, at least for a while, smoking and nicotine's effect on calming the central nervous system is probably a better solution than the employer giving an anti-smoking message. This is something we've reconciled as an organization as well from a workforce labor point of view. Do we really want to promote financially smoking cessation programs? Now, some of you are looking at me like, who is this guy and why is he on the panel? But if you think really about sort of how many people have experienced significant stress, have been scared, and have trauma, not to endorse smoking, but to understand that the deeper challenge might be way further down than smoking cessation. And I'll wait for the barrage of text and emails from my medical colleagues. So I'm trying to give you some perspective, though, in terms of how the workforce is starting to think about human capital from a different vantage point and leveraging some of the things that Yolanda knows and Judge Trigiano knows and others know in the workforce that is starting to get pretty darn exciting.
Thank you. I want to connect this. I know there are a number of people in the audience in our later panel that deal with reentry issues, and this all links together as people are being released from prison, and there may be more released than there have been in the past with the new governor. The question is, are they going to be able to work in the workforce? We know that people that are being released have had traumatic lives. We know that. So how are we connecting people who've been traumatized to workplaces and to employers who want to work for them? And I'm going to tell the story, and I know Bill Lipscomb and others in the audience have heard this story, but it's that simple story, and Ron Johnson is here. He worked doing circles for our program years ago, and we were doing a circle, and a guy, one of the recently released men, was in the circle, and he was talking about he was getting out for his third time, and everybody's telling him to get a job, and he's been trying to get a job, and he said, and we had police officers in our circle, and he said, but it's not going to work. No one wants to hire me. I can apply for 300 jobs. I'm not going to get a job. And I can tell you right now, I'm going to go back to do what I did before because that's the way I can support myself. And he said, it's not that I want to make that choice, but it's my only choice. And there was an officer who was a community officer in the circle, and he went up to him afterwards and said, you know what, if you are serious about wanting to get a job, you can call me, and he gave him his card. And the man showed up at District 5, I think it was, a couple of weeks later asking for this officer, and the officer came, and he said, look, you promised me you'd help me, and I can't get a job, and I want to get health insurance for my daughter. And the officer said, well, you know what, I'm going to have you show up at the police station at 8:30 for the next 3 weeks, because I want to know you're going to be able to show up for work if I'm going to help you. And he wound up doing that, and he showed up, and one of the community prosecutors and the community police officer went together with him to interview. So you've got this guy with a 3-time conviction, and then you got a police officer and a prosecutor who are advocating for him. And they finally found an employer who was reluctant, but the police officer said, look, I'll be behind him. If there's a problem, you give me a call. Gave him his card. And he wound up working there and was Employee of the Month several months and was very successful. He came back to tell his story at other circles. But it was that relational piece that somebody cared about him and were willing to work with him and go to bat for him. And, you know, it's those pieces that have been missing so terribly from our system. We have a few minutes for questions, and you've been sitting for a long time between the film and our panel, so I'd like to take some questions. Do we have somebody with a mic? Okay, that'd be good. Nice and loud.
I was a child psychologist in a different state for like over 30 years. And so I just wanted to make a comment and then ask a question. The comment is that trauma knows no boundaries. And we often talk about trauma as if it only affects impoverished communities. And that's just not accurate. And that really informs our care because if we all adopt trauma language across systems, we make a much greater impact than if we talk about it in just one segment of our community. So that's my comment. My question is about ACEs, and if ACEs is something that has been adopted in our city or our state just as an assessment tool because it provides a common language for trauma-informed care. And I'm no longer in that field, so I don't know what is happening in Wisconsin.
Tim, do you want to quickly explain ACEs?
Sure. So adverse childhood experiences is what the ACE acronym stands for. It's probably the most popular way to think about trauma. There's a growing discussion in the broader trauma community around the benefits and limitations of the ACEs frame. So there is some bit of a pushback around using it from a screening point of view, et cetera, which I think is a little unfair. There is remarkable value to the common language of ACEs. There is remarkable value to that's where most of the science is in terms of established impact outcomes. But it's important to remember that the original ACE study was based on the truth for 18,000 mostly white, mostly middle-class folks in California, which doubles down on your point in terms of it happening everywhere. I would just add my own perspective to that. Yes, and. It happens everywhere, but it doesn't happen proportionally the same. And when you add another technical term, if you'll tolerate two of those in one panel, something that we call allostatic load, the kinds of things that diminish my resilience, that sort of provide sort of everyday wear and tear, then we also know that if I'm being looked at because of the color of my skin or my orientation or other features, that contributes to allostatic load wear that makes me more vulnerable to the impact of adversity. And that really isn't included in the ACEs frame. So we're having this debate right now as a community. What is the right frame by which we teach this information? Lots of communities have used the ACEs frame, but I have to tell you, many of them use it in kind of a complacent way. It's quick and easy. It's 10 questions. Someone can do it in 5 minutes, but there's a lot it doesn't tell you. So if all you do is the ACE questionnaire, you're leaving a lot on the table.
Mary, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I would say too, when Tim and I do trainings together around the state, we use that as a tool to sort of introduce the prevalence of trauma, but we also know that it has its limitations. And we got to be careful when we're doing teachings in the justice system because we're first responders. We have lack of resources, and what sometimes you see is people say, here's your ACE score, therefore. And we've been trying to pull back and teach it a different way. It's a tool, but it's not the be-all, end-all, because what you find is people want to say if you have an ACE score of 7 or 8, whatever background you come from, you're a lost cause. And so we've got to be really, really careful of how we use that, but it's an important tool. And we are also trying, at least in Milwaukee County, to speak the same language when it comes to trauma and trauma-informed care. So this train the trainer we're doing. We are using SAMHSA's definition so that we're all speaking about what we believe the definition of trauma to be. We don't talk a lot about the ACEs when we do it. We use it and we weave it in the regular training, but we're very careful about it now.
Yolanda?
So I like to use the difference there. Yes, it can be used as an assessment, but that's not the way that it should actually be used in practice. I do use it as a tool, as a springboard to get to learn more about the person that I'm speaking with. Those questions, it's 10, well, okay, so like really it's like 15 questions, but they're compacted, but whatever. So it's 10 questions that dig into what that person might have experienced, but not how it might have affected their decisions later. Not everybody who was touched by somebody more than 5 years older than them made the same decisions. Not every person who was humiliated by their parents, not every person who saw their mother get punched in the face, right? So it should be a tool. It is not an actuarial. The number does not identify what you will or will not become. So when you asked whether or not in Milwaukee, I use it. I use it with a lot of my clients, but I don't use it as the thing that pigeonholes them into the person that they're supposed to be. It's just a tool. It's just another way to get to know them the best way that I can, so that I can advocate for them the best way that I can.
Corinthia? Do you want?
Okay. Just to comment that there is an ACEs test, or reflection.
Can you speak up a little?
Oh, sure. There is an ACEs test and the resiliency scoring. I say the word test advisedly, but those are in the packets. And they are here today for our reflection, not that we're using it as a serious tool to, leave and go see your psychotherapist, but a tool for us to each reflect on our own lives and what trauma we may have experienced without even identifying trauma. And I just wanted to note, in terms of the justice system, the thing I have read and really resonated with me was asking the question, what happened to you instead of what's wrong with you? And I think Mary really addresses that issue very clearly. So I didn't have a question, just a comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just make
Go
a
ahead,
quick comment?
Mary.
So we have what we call problem-solving courts. And those are courts that deal with big-ticket issues of folks that come into our system. So we have an adult drug treatment court downtown. We have a family drug treatment court in Children's Court. That's where I met Yolanda. We started a healthy infant court, understanding the impact of child maltreatment on babies is really important to look at in terms of their health and well-being across the spectrum. But in those courts, that is the only question that we asked. And we have those stories come out so that we can better work at the right issue instead of getting sidetracked on something else. So we have that question, we ask that question all the time. We also are starting to ask that question of each other, so that we have a workforce, a group of folks that can take self-care to really help each other out, because our workforce is struggling. The stories that you heard from some folks in the justice system, people hear those stories day in and day out, those knock your socks off kind of stories, right? Where if we don't do self-care or take self-care, we're really difficult for us to make really good decisions for people who are struggling in their lives. So we ask that same question.
Jim?
And I just want to say very briefly, it's really important that groups like this don't leave with any confusion around whether exposure to trauma is the same thing as response to trauma. And that's really critical, because if we conflate the two and make them a one-to-one, we miss out on lots of opportunity, and we frankly look at the potential for resilience or resilience in self and the people we're worried about and give it a big middle finger. So the problem with the ACEs frame is all it tells you is exposure. Let me make that a little more plain. If I just watch my two adults in my home beat each other up and one got sent to the hospital, If that's the only part of the story we capture, we're missing the whole story, because 5 minutes later, I might be curled up in grandma's arms. And she might be playing a role in helping me feel better and soothing some of that discomfort and pain. So it's really important that the tools we pick reflect the whole truth of what goes on. And that also is pretty promising to me, because that means as a community, even if we never can prevent bad stuff from happening, we can be there. We can see and understand when it does, and we can all be grandmas, or grandpas. I should be gender neutral on that, right? In all the ways that we can be, because then we can actually prevent exposure from becoming response. But only if we understand there's a difference between the two.
Other questions? Yes, Kathy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much, and everyone else in the film. It was extremely powerful. I'm a clinician too that specialized in trauma work, and I've been treated a couple of times for secondary post-trauma. And I really appreciated kind of the weaving of that into the story. One of the things that I found myself knowing was right, but still had a little resistance was the recognition that we need to reach out and talk to others, like our colleagues or other people. And I remember feeling so heavy with the secrets. I really resonated with both you and Tim, and feeling like I don't want to like contaminate someone else's life with like the darkest evil, like they're blissfully ignorant still. And you can't ever unknow once you know. And I just wondered if you've ever, I know the healthy thing is not to see it like that, and to also choose well who you can share with. But I just wondered if you've ever felt that in terms of discerning how, because what I really was struck by was everyone held in the circle the sacredness of the person. The person and the events were not pathologized, and I think that's what the caution is around the ACE, because it can lead to just this one-dimensional view of the person. And yet the person's, everyone in this story was seen as, and I think that is what the benefit of the common frame is in the language, is that we're not shaming and blaming in a particularly pathological way everyone. Some might fit in that category, some might not. And so I'm just wondering if you have ever experienced that or worried about that, or how you navigated that.
Yolanda, do you want to start?
So healing is relational, or at least it should be relational, right? Discernment comes with learning what kind of relationships you have. I will mention my mother again. We came through a lot to get to the point that we are today. And today I can call her and say, you know, I had a really crappy day today, and not tell her anything about my cases. I have one very close coworker who I can go into her office, but when I needed to take time off, when I needed to take depression time off, I went to go see somebody off campus, completely unassociated with the work that I did, who I could just, and who would hold me, Yolanda, not the social worker, not the case manager, not the client services specialist, who would hold me in regard and see the safety that I needed. So sometimes we need to disconnect from, and I understand not wanting to, I'll use your word, contaminate, but they work where you work. So it's very likely that they're going through the very same thing that you are going through, or similarly, because we all go through things differently. For me, I had to distance myself. I had to rely on someone who could not know what I heard that day, so that they could see me and not add to that story, or not, you know, detract from that story. So for me, it was the distance. Sometimes it is that familiarity, but sometimes we know that familiarity breeds contempt. So if you can create the space, for me, I needed the space. That's what I needed.
Mary?
Yeah, so I'm looking over at Janine and I'm thinking, I'm the judge. You were a judge. We don't have time for that, right? Pack it all away, pack it in the back of your brain. I told Tim when I was hearing these stories, I was holding my breath for an hour. That's why I said breathe 3 times. And I could feel myself, even with the 2 stories I told, packing it back in because I didn't want it to come out. You know, you can't cry when you're on the bench. You can't talk about it because there's confidentiality rules. You don't want to take it home to your significant other because they don't want to hear what you just heard because they're pretty horrifying stories. So you know, you try to, if you're going to unpack it, you better do it with somebody safe, right? And sometimes you unpack it little by little, and I think everyone does different things. And, you know, again, self-care, having good relationships, having a hobby. I walk, I go home. If it's 30 below and a blizzard, I'm still walking around the block because that's my time, or take the dog for a walk. So you find ways to try to deal with it across the board. And sometimes it's not healthy ways to deal with it. Sometimes it is. You just try your best.
Do you want the last word here, Tim? Anything you want to add?
Just very briefly, I was stuck for a while. Mostly because when I looked around, my selfish assessment was I couldn't give it to anybody. Because my perception was it would just be more for them. And let me make that less about me and more about the young kids we're always trying to serve. I always worry about a world where the subtle message is don't ask, don't tell. And this is not some academic conceptual truth I'm talking about. This happens all the time. Our child welfare workers who have been steeped in trauma-informed care for years and years and years, sometimes to protect themselves, send very subtle cues that say, not here, not today. So now just imagine a community where there are a number of kids, we can decide how many, who look at the adults and they get messages like, not here, not today. Because there are too many adults in pain who don't have the capacity in that moment to receive. That's partly how kids come through, at least to Yolanda's point, to a place where at 15 there's a critical event that goes the wrong way. And then you've got a whole legal process to reconcile. The seeds of that outcome, not for all, but for many, come from a community that says, not here, not today. So we've got to figure out how to make sure more people can say right here, right now, I've got as much time as you need. And I'll go as deep as you want to go, because most of us have the story we still haven't unpacked yet. Because it's the one we're not so sure people will really see, hear, and not judge us with. So I do think it's a community calling to build collective capacity to make sure that we give those subtle cues that say today and now is just fine. I've got as much time as you're going to need.
I think that means opportunity.
I think we have a lot of food for thought. It's now time for food, and so we're going to break until 12:30. I believe we have some questions. Do you know where they are? They're out there. Just some questions for reflection of something that struck you this morning. We're going to gather them just to get a sense of the room, so if you wouldn't mind just jotting something down and giving it back to us. But lunch is waiting for you out there, and please try to be back at 12:30 so we can start on time. Thank you. Could you please a round of applause for our great panel?
I hope you're all doing well. Thanks for being here. This panel is about police-community relations through the eyes of trauma, and we brought together some of the people who protect and defend our communities. So I don't normally start a panel this way because most people don't think journalists have any faith. A lot of misconceptions. But I'd like you to just take a moment and pause and say a silent prayer for their brothers and sisters who are on the streets right now. Amen.
Amen.
All right, I want to introduce you to our panel. I'm going to try to give you some brief notes about each person who's here. So I am pleased and privileged to introduce, first of all, Chief Anna Rosinski of the Menominee Falls Police and Fire Department. I like that they call you the Director of Protective Services. I love that.
That's what I am.
Chief Rosinski is a 38-year veteran of law enforcement. If we're lucky, she might share why she chose to leave a job as a microbiologist in the lab at Children's Hospital to become a police officer. Interesting change, of course. She joined and started out in the Milwaukee Police Department in 1981 and was eventually the captain of District 7, where I met her in the early 2000s. She is the daughter of a police officer, Milwaukee, and she is now one of 19 female police chiefs in the state. Inspector Terrence Gordon is sitting next to her. He is a Milwaukee native. He has been a member of the department since 1995. He's been both a uniformed officer and he's been a detective. He's worked in sensitive crimes, crimes against children, violence crimes, homicide divisions, and he has been a crisis negotiator. He was the commander of District 5. I met Terrence Gordon when he was the director of training at the Milwaukee Police Academy, responsible for recruiting police officers and for their training. Here's something I'd like to share about Terrence Gordon. He holds a master's degree in criminal justice from Boston University, and he is a graduate of the Police Executive Research Forum's Senior Management Institute for Police. Ladies and gentlemen, Terrence Gordon. Now, you all know through the film Ron Edwards of the Milwaukee Police Department. You have heard his story and know about his service to our city. He has been a beat officer, but he is now working with our young people in community relations and outreach to our community. So ladies and gentlemen, again, Ron Edwards, Milwaukee Police Department. All right, so in a law school, I've come to know that lawyers always have a disclaimer. I'm a journalist, so I try to just have transparency. TJ Smith is here from the city of Baltimore, Maryland, and my first piece of transparency is he is a friend of mine. Until this month, he was the official spokesperson for the Baltimore Police Department. He was appointed by former Police Commissioner Kevin Davis in the summer of 2015 after the Freddie Gray death and the subsequent unrest in the city of Baltimore. He is a Baltimore native. He became the public face of the department for 3 years, a period in Baltimore that saw 1,000 homicides and 2,000 shootings. He is here today to be part of this panel and later to make a presentation to us. He was not only the public face and trying to transmit to the people of Baltimore the sacredness of the lives that were lost, but ended up reporting on his own brother's death as part of the police department. So he is here to share his story with us. Would you welcome my friend, TJ Smith. And I'm going to put you on the spot first.
Okay.
You told me after you watched the film that it was the first time you started to process the trauma you had witnessed yourself or experienced yourself as a police officer. Can you talk about the trauma you've experienced as an officer and as a chief?
I would have to say that, wow, I always knew I had a big voice, but I would have to say that I had an epiphany this morning. As it was said, I've been in law enforcement for 38 years. So as you can imagine, working the streets of Milwaukee and in mostly impoverished areas, I saw a lot. I never really processed it as me experiencing trauma until I saw that film today. You know, whether it was, Rita asked me this morning, you know, have you ever been a victim? Have you ever experienced trauma? And with my dad being a police officer, you know, the only thing I could really think of was in the 60s when there were the riots in Milwaukee, and my dad was a police officer. We'd hear on the news how many officers were injured, and we wouldn't see him walk through that door at 11 o'clock every night like he was supposed to, and we would wonder, is he one of the ones that's been killed or injured? And I thought that was something. And then I thought of my career as a police officer, and I thought of things that I've seen that I never thought of processing. One of the first crimes I ever investigated was a domestic violence. And my partner and I went and we knocked on the door, and we could hear screaming and yelling on the other side of the door. And just before we kicked the door down, the woman on the other side opened the door. Well, she was 6 months pregnant, and her boyfriend was burning her belly with a hot iron. He was taking a hanger and trying to gouge her stomach. So we were able to make the arrest. We were able to get her care. But then it comes time to go to court. Well, you can imagine there's some time in the criminal justice system before that case goes to court. By that time, she had had the baby. She was back in love with him, and they were together, and she was cussing me out for arresting him to begin with. And I couldn't comprehend why someone would go back to that type of atmosphere. So there's things like that through my career that I've experienced, and I never really considered them trauma or having affected me, because as law enforcement, we're the tough guys, right? Even as a female, you know, I'm supposed to be the macho one. You guys might be macho, but we just put it all away, and we don't think about it. Our training kicks in. We're there to go in and handle a situation and take care of it. We never stop to think the effect it has on us. You know, every law enforcement funeral that I've gone to, my husband is in law enforcement too. He was with the Milwaukee Police Department for 35 years. And I think by the grace of God, our daughter grew up with 2 parents, and that we weren't one of those funerals that we were going to. You know, so until this morning, I never really realized I experienced that much trauma. So for me, and I think, you know, in law enforcement, we're so busy about taking care of the laws and preserving the peace and helping the public, that we never seem to think about where it all started. And that's what we're starting to do now. We're finally getting to a point where we need to work as a community. We need to start at the beginning. We need to start with young kids. We need to start with mental health. We need to start with the family unit. You know, and if we can start to fix some of those things on the front end, then we're not going to be dealing with people in the criminal justice system later on in their life.
Thanks. Thanks, Anna. Terrence, I want you to talk a little bit. I know you have some personal stories to share, but you are also a person who helped recruit and continues to help recruit people to be in our police department. And I'd like you to kind of share that lens of trying to become aware of the kinds of traumas they might experience.
Thanks, Rita. I was, during the break, I was listening to people talk, and they were saying things like, oh, I love things like this. I love to come to things like this. And I was thinking, well, I don't. Because it uncovers things that you thought that you had buried, but that's a good thing. But to address your question, and even the chief mentioned training. We had a former chief that said, apparently there's no ill in the world that can't be solved by more training for the police. It was a different context, but that's partially true. Training is extremely important. And in the context of trauma, when you talk about training, obviously, if your police officers aren't experts in victims and victimization, I don't know who else in the criminal justice system should be. Because we have contact with more victims than anybody else in any segment of society, even prosecutors. They only run across victims when the case has been, when there's a suspect or we're going for a warrant, and that's actually a small percentage of cases. Even caseworkers, social workers, psychologists, that's an even smaller subset. So when you talk about trauma and training for the police, it's extremely important to approach it from both sides. Victims, which there's no shortage of for us, and then focusing on the person who is the police officer. And we have a very comprehensive approach. You wouldn't know it because we're not very good at marketing what we do in law enforcement, except what you see on the body cameras, and we don't always want you to see that. But we have a very comprehensive approach in Milwaukee and on a lot of departments now that a lot of people don't know about, but we are seeing the results, believe it or not. It started a long time ago in the 80s with peer support. I've been a member of our peer support team, even though very few people call me now. Nobody's going to call the boss and say, hey, boss, I got some problems. But it starts with peer support. I've been a member for 20 years of this team. The peer support team still has a very special place in our department, even though we have some more institutionalized things now. We're beginning to implement some aspects of trauma-informed care, particularly in our districts where we see the highest volume of violent crime, and particular focus is on juveniles. And again, we're focusing on the person. We're asking our officers to focus on the self. So we're in the middle right now of a very large and hopefully impactful study on resilience. There's a technical aspect, some self-reflection. We're working with a researcher in Iowa on that, and I hope that it has an impact on our entire profession, not just Milwaukee. We have an early intervention program that has been around for a few years now and is getting more robust. There's not one model for early intervention, although there are a lot of people who would tell you that there should be, but that's not true because every community is different. So what works in Milwaukee may not work in Chicago. What works in Chicago may not work in Menominee Falls. But our early intervention program, information about officers is put into a system. When there are a certain number of events, certain types of events, there's a trigger. And then it's mandatory at that point that a supervisor has an intervention with that person. Not disciplinary, and at times they may have gotten into a lot of pursuits. While that may not seem like a red flag, it is a good time to pull an officer aside and have a talk and ensure that they're being safe. Internal investigations, things like that, go into that system. If I were to retire today, which I'm not going to do, we've got a couple of years to go. If I were to retire today, I would say that a couple of the things I'm most proud of is that I implemented a wellness coordinator and got a police psychologist on our police department, and she has been extremely well received. Even though I was a part of it, I was skeptical because I didn't think that she would be well received. She has more work than she can handle. And we use her for job stress, critical incident debriefings, things like that. But she obviously has to refer out anything that may become labor-related or that would result in a fitness for duty evaluation, because then our members would lose trust in her. So there's a solid wall between our wellness initiative and anything having to do with employment issues. So some other training, which you can help us with, is to continue to invite our frontline officers to things like this. I do stuff like this all the time. I'm not out there facing the risk, though. I'm not out there with a camera on my shoulder and another camera above the rearview mirror on my squad car. I'm not out there running into the houses anymore. If you see me on the streets, things have really gone to hell. Although I do work...
Remember that, Terrence.
Except maybe once a month, I do work nights where I am out on the streets. It's because it's good to keep your feet in the game. But continue to invite our frontline police officers to things like this, because what you'll see is they're human beings. They're not robots in uniform driving by in squad cars that you don't know. what you find a lot is when you get to know us as individuals, you say, hey, that's pretty nice. That's a pretty good cop. When you get to know your beat officer, you think, oh, I like those police officers. The rest of them are jerks, but my cop right here, I like this police officer. Or your friends, or your kids' friends, or your relatives who are police officers. You think, oh my goodness, if the entire police department could be like this, we would have no problems. But think about it. The more people you know, and the more you interact with us, or if you're like me and you know a significant proportion of the police department, you realize that the vast majority of us are like this.
Ron, you met Ron in the film, and one of the things that struck me as I met all 3 police officers in the film was all of them were going through significant traumas and going to work. So Ron, can you describe for us what that was like for you and what kind of supports you actually needed from your colleagues as you were facing the death of your brothers and then your dad and still reporting for work? How did it affect you?
The first death that occurred was my brother, my baby brother, Mario.
Make sure you're talking into the mic.
Okay. The first death was my youngest brother, Mario, where he died in police custody. So the police actually knew what happened, but family members, it was because anytime someone dies in police custody, there's questions. So the family was like, what did they do? What happened? You hear word from the police department what transpired. You hear word from the community what transpired. And you as the family member, you never feel as though you get the real truth behind what happened. And at that time, I was just an auxiliary police officer with the police department, which is only voluntary, you know. But I was there all the time. I don't know if he remembers, but I used to do ride-alongs with the police officers. I did everything that was available to me because I knew that was the path that I was going to take with my life, was to take a career in law enforcement. It hit home when my cousin came up to me and he said, he called me a sellout because even though this happened with my brother and I was questionable and concerned, I still wanted to kind of take that path into law enforcement. And he called me a sellout because I'm going to be working with a bunch of people that just killed my brother. Other family members said, don't worry about him. Don't pay any attention to him. So kind of brushed it off and kept moving forward. It still sunk in or was sitting and resonating with me that my brother died in police custody, and my heart was with the Milwaukee Police Department is what I wanted to do because I knew I wanted to go out and serve the community. Moving forward, now I'm a full-blown police officer working. I wasn't working at the time. I was on an off day, and we get the call from my mom to come over and get over there, and she's long-faced, my father's long-faced, and we have something to tell you about Zay. Okay, I know something's bad is going on, but I don't know exactly what. Then they just tell me, and it's okay, he died, he got killed. But then they tell me that it was a police officer in the city of Atlanta. I'm like, really? You know, so now this is the second time. And we still move forward, and this has to sink in with me because now I'm a police officer and I'm working for a police department, and I'm having second doubts about, you know, maybe my cousin was right and I'm in the wrong field and this is all happening to me. Why? My dad pulled me aside because he knew I was having a hard time, and that was probably, I would say, the most sincere conversation that we had ever had. And he told me, he said, you have to realize and remember how hard you worked to get this job and the things you went through and why you are out there doing it. That kept me wanting to move forward. moving forward, a year later, before the young man who committed the act against my brother could even go to trial, I lost my dad as he was coming home, parking his truck in his alleyway, or in the garage that was attached to the alley. He lost his life. And then that's when everything really hit and sunk in on me, like, what am I supposed to do? It was my wife, my family, that really helped me pull through things. And then at work, as far as peers, I love to tell the story about squad and my partner, Officer Ellis. She always hears about Squad 4422. It's a late power shift squad, and I mean, we have a bond as thick as brothers. Officer Pope and Officer Walker, they really, really helped me get through, you know, because they knew I had went through all three of these experiences. They really helped me pull through, along with at the time my lieutenant, he's now the assistant chief, Banks. He also, you know, I call him my big brother because he was there for me every step of the way to help me pull through. So between having family members and peers like I had at work, those are the reasons why I'm still, you know, able to cope, talk about, and deal with the issues that I've gone through. And then, like I mentioned in the film, the biggest person that played a part in it was my wife, because she had to be with me every single step of the way, you know, from beginning to end. You know, she's there and she's helping me stay strong, keep my head up around the kids, my kids, the family, and it's just through her and prayer that helped me along the way with all this.
Thanks, Ron. TJ, you and I were talking about this just last night. You became the spokesperson for Baltimore when the city was highly traumatized in the aftermath of the Freddie Gray shooting. And yet you know a lot of police officers like Ron who are suffering from their own personal trauma, and we are sending them into the most volatile of situations. Can you talk about that?
So we actually started talking about post-traumatic stress disorder among the community and the police officers, going through a riot, something that hadn't been seen in 40 years in the city, more than 40 years in the city at the time that this occurred. And we have these officers that are being put in these volatile situations. And obviously, many of us are ill-equipped. We all probably came up in our career where our mental health was secondary. Under the 21st century policing model, officer wellness is a pillar, no different than crime fighting. And that's critically important because we're being thrust into these atmospheres and these environments. And I'll tell a quick story of an incident I was thrust into from a traumatic experience that sticks with me to this day. And then when you go through certain things, you understand it even more. We're ill-equipped to handle a lot. We're getting better. Our profession is getting much better. Unfortunately, you see the active shooters and the situations going on now. The hero that died just early yesterday morning, running into a gunfight to try to stop this person from killing other people. 20 years prior to that wouldn't have happened, but it happens now. But in the mid-2000s, I got a call for an accident involving a motorcycle. It was about a 1,000-foot scene. The first skid mark, and then about 500 feet down, a man twisted his brain on one half of the road, he on the other half, his helmet 50 feet away, and his motorcycle another 500 feet from him. He hit the front brake instead of the rear when he was doing 180 miles per hour. I was the supervisor, and I drew the short straw of having to go to notify his family. So I go to the house, and of course it's in the middle of the night, and I knock on the door. And of course, who answers the door that quickly? It's some sixth sense, but the wife was able to get downstairs and answer the door relatively quickly. And as I'm talking to her, the rest of the house wakes up. That's his young son who's 13 and his daughter who's 14. And I remember telling her, and she didn't scream, but I remember the son coming downstairs. And the thing that sticks with me that he said to me, he says, "So you tell me I don't have a daddy anymore." And it's the middle of the night, and I remember after this is over with, and I'm sitting here trying to tell her, she doesn't know what to do, and I don't know what to do for her. She wanted to go to the scene, but I wanted to protect her from the scene because I told her she didn't want to have the lasting images of what, what we're doing right now. Ultimately, I left, and I remember sitting outside for a while waiting for the light to go off in the house as if things were going to go back to normal. Of course, they didn't. Fast forwarding, I saw her some years after that, and I was working part-time somewhere, and she said, "Officer Smith." I said, "Hi," and she said, "You don't remember me, do you?" I said, "I can't place you." She said, "You came and told me my husband was dead." And I asked how the kids were doing. She said, "They're not doing too well." And I'm like, wow. What that led me to is my brother was killed last year, and I'll tell more of that story later on today. And I remember on that July 2nd day, and I apologize, I still have trouble with this. But my sister said the exact same thing to me. She said, I don't have a brother, my younger brother anymore. It wasn't a whole lot I could say to her. And then I obviously had to deal with this all publicly in a city that's going through so much trauma. It's a sexy news story that the guy who talks about these 1,000 murders that have occurred, now he's a victim. I mean, that same day that I'm getting the news about my brother, CNN's calling and say, "Well, sorry to hear about that. Can you do an interview?" And we're just all so ill-equipped to deal with it, but we have started, at least in Baltimore, and I hear here in Milwaukee, is like brother-sister cities with a lot of the same things. Wellness programs that, we got a wellness dog now. We joke about it, but the dog makes you feel better, you know? I mean, it's something as simple as that fluffy creature coming around makes you feel better. But 5 years ago, even in many cities, that's taboo. And I remember we just got finished with the trial just last month. It was just days before I resigned. We just got finished with the trial. And he was found guilty. And the victim witness advocate said, "You're not Superman." And she was right. So.
TJ, thanks. Go ahead, Anna.
Just to add to that, I guess what we're trying to say is, as law enforcement, we're human, just like everybody else. And as the judge talked this morning on the panel, and she talked about, what is it that makes a young man, snap and do that horrific crime. There is no police officer in this world that wakes up and says, "I think I'm going to use excessive force today. I think I'm going to go out and shoot someone today." And I guess what I'm saying by that is we are wired to help people and protect people. And when we don't take care of our own, and they experience that trauma within their life, it could be us not addressing that trauma and the wellness of that officer that causes them to act out and become a bad officer later on. And that's on us. And we're just trying, we're just getting into officer wellness. It's over 3 times the amount of officers that are killed in the line of duty that commit suicide every year. I had an officer commit suicide, an officer that worked for me, and we all wondered, why didn't we see it? What could we have done? What didn't we see? So the same kind of trauma that a person can experience that may give them that behavior that they act out upon or commit a crime could be the very same type of trauma that a police officer experiences from all the trauma that they see that may cause them to act out. So we need to educate. We need to educate our officers. We need to have them understand what they experience can affect the way they do their job, and we need to watch out for them so that they can continue to watch out for the citizens.
Anna, thanks for saying that. Terrence, what are we doing so that police officers can voluntarily come and ask for help without it being seen as a sign of weakness in a police officer?
As they say, I'm glad you asked me that question.
And we didn't even coordinate, Terrence.
For a very, very long time now, in policing, that's like 5 or 6 years, because things come and go so fast. But for a while, we have been actively working, and I mean actively working, on reducing the stigma of needing and asking for help. What we Gen Xers have done very poorly is we spoiled the heck out of the millennials. However, what we've done very well is let them know that it's okay to say, I'm drowning, please help me. So what you see younger officers now, because those of us who have been around a while are telling them, this is what you can expect, this is what you're going to feel, this is what you're going to see. It's going to have this effect on you, and that is normal. Reach out. What we're also doing is, one of my favorite phrases is rat them out. We used to have a rule against chewing gum in uniform. I'm not talking about ratting people out for chewing gum in uniform, but if you see somebody struggling, tell somebody. Go to a boss. If your boss can't handle it, well, first of all, I need to take the stripes off their arm. But if your boss can't handle it, you go to another boss and another boss. And finally, if you can't find somebody, you call me. So the best thing we can do is just to communicate that it's okay. And as I mentioned, our psychologist, she has more work than she can handle, which is good, but it's also indicative of some things that we still need to address.
I'm going to go to TJ Browning and then come back to you, but TJ, with this question, and it's something that haunts every city in America, is the police-involved shootings. And then the effort to try to rebuild trust. Can you talk a little bit about building the trust prior to that event and then rebuilding it after that kind of an event?
It's a significant event anytime an officer has to use force. It's a rare event, really, when you look at it in the overall spectrum of things. As was already mentioned, police departments are a 24/7 face of government, making hundreds and thousands of encounters every day, every week, and then you have that moment. With the trust being broken and where it is today, it's critically important to be as transparent as possible. And one of the things in Baltimore, and I know Milwaukee now with the body-worn cameras, that's of course transformed how transparent you are. Some agencies do things differently, and we did it with an unwritten rule of within 72 hours, we're going to release the body-worn camera footage, and we walk the community through it, which helps build trust because they see what the officer has encountered, which is an important thing because we've seen incidents take place over years in some other jurisdictions where it was messaging that was put out initially, and then some surveillance video or body-worn camera showed a different story. So very hard to be able to continue to gain trust and the support of your community. One thing I've found in Baltimore, and it's a small town, but it's a big city with a very small town feel. I was the face of the police department, so people came up to me on behalf of the police department or say things on behalf of the police department. And the overwhelming majority of the community wants to trust the police department. It's a myth that there's this, people hate, it's a very small segment of people who want to get rid of the police. They just want the police to be accountable when they're wrong. And we spoke briefly last night about some of the legal aspects where your government CEOs, whether it's a mayor or county executive, can't come out and say certain things because of the legal implications. But we will come out and say the officer did nothing wrong. But we're much more reserved when it's time to say the officer did something wrong. And the more we're able to reconcile those things, the more the community is going to trust us. When I left, I didn't realize I became My street cred went up when my brother was killed. It's crazy to think that, but that's just the reality, that I'm now one of them. Prior to that, people had a level of trust. Knowing that I cared, one of the first things I did was start a radio show for victims of gun violence, their families, to talk about the cold cases that are open. So everyone rallied around me, but being a constant messenger of the bad news, and when I stepped away, so many people overwhelmingly lost some trust because they were used to the way I was able to deliver it to them. And that's something, again, that has to have continuity and has to be reconciled. But with the police-involved incidents, period, whether it's a shooting or in custody death, transparency is key, because those moments, those gaps, are what caused the misunderstanding, and that's what causes the community not to trust the police. And when a Black Lives Matter protester got on Twitter after one of our police-involved shootings was released, and they said, "This is not the one we protest," I felt like we were making some headway, and it's not supposed to always be adversarial. We can actually have some, we can actually agree on some things. D. Ray McKesson and I were on a panel a few weeks ago, and I expected it to be a little bit fiery, but I said, we agree more than we disagree. And you have to give credit where credit is due when police departments are doing the right thing and trying to get better.
Ron, I want you to talk from the perspective of being when a police officer is called to a scene. Domestic violence, armed robbery, you're there to find the bad guy, but you're encountering people whose lives have been traumatized by racism, poverty, a lot of other factors. How do you balance those two things when you take a call?
You get sent to a call, and you know you're not there because it's a good situation, but you get called there, and like you just described, you have to figure all these things out, and it's a lot of things that you have to figure out within a matter, I would say on an average time, 20 minutes to a half hour. And that's a lot of time to maybe your bosses or your dispatcher. And sometimes that can be too much time. But to the victim, it's not enough time. So, and you're dealing with them at their worst moment, but you're trying to get through to the bottom of what actually happened. So you have to either, before you get there, try and figure out what this is going to be about, because you read off of a computer screen the basics of what's going on. So en route to that assignment, you start to try and configure what actually transpired or what happened. You get there, and either they're calm or they're hysterical trying to tell you a story, and you're trying to work this story out in your head, but you're trying to make sure it's the truth, and you're trying to see if there's anything that they need, because you see that they're in a state of trauma or that they've just went through a traumatic experience. And at the same time, you're thinking, are you going to be doing the right thing because of the situation that they're in? So it's like, I don't know if you want to say an unbalanced way of dealing with it, but you know they've been through a traumatic experience and you don't have enough time, but you're trying to find that time to give them what they need to help them through that traumatic experience. Because one thing that I was taught by one of my instructors in the academy is that once you get there, even though they've been through a traumatic experience, you got to walk out of there as though you just solved the biggest problem in the world for them, or you got to leave there with them happy. Regardless of the amount of trauma that they've been through, it's your job to give them that satisfaction that you've solved the problem for them.
Anna, you lead the Menominee Falls Police and Fire Department. Can you talk a little bit about the training you give your officers to try to balance those things when they go into a crisis situation?
I think in recent years in law enforcement, we've really had to do a paradigm shift. We were get into a situation, solve it as fast as you can, and yes, 20 minutes to a half hour was way too long. The sergeant would be on your rear end. What's taking you so long? But then we did this thing called crisis intervention training. I am a firm believer in it. I started it back in Milwaukee Police Department when I was there as a deputy inspector before I retired. I quickly picked up that charge in Waukesha County when I got out there. I'm happy to say that I have the only police department in Waukesha County, or it's probably sad to say, that has my entire department crisis intervention trained because I believe in that system. And when I say we had to do a paradigm shift, that meant that police officers going into a situation where they have traumatized victims, be it someone in mental health crisis or just the victim of a crime, that is a trauma. And the officers are to take as much time as they need to mediate that situation, to communicate with that person, to use active listening skills to really find out what it is that victim or that person in mental crisis needs. They don't need to get in a scuffle. They don't need to arrest a person who's in mental crisis because they committed a disorderly conduct. They need to know and understand that that person needs services, whether it's getting back on their meds, whether it's getting a counselor, whether it's getting a safety plan with the family. And they need to look at it from that angle, and that is the angle that we have taken. And, you know, I'm happy to say that what that does is reduces the amount of use of force situations that we have, because those officers are actively listening to those victims, to those people in crisis, and getting them the help they need as opposed to sticking them into the criminal justice system. And we need to continue to move in that direction as law enforcement.
TJ, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think, our profession is progressing. Policing is progressing. And unfortunately, it's taken a long time, and it's taken crises and taken incidents. But none of us, I can say, with certainty, came up in a police academy environment that focused on the mental health aspect and the crises that people were going through. But officers today are coming up in that environment. But one of the things that's mentioned, you know, the time that you take on a call, but we're in these paramilitary structures. And it might be time in modern policing to kind of go away from that, where we're kind of marching into an environment and we're the strong people who aren't really concerned about your mental well-being, and kind of dial that back a bit. Because you can have an officer who's 1 year on the street that is engaged in a productive dialogue with the person going through the crisis, and that officer doesn't need to yield their authority to the corporal, the sergeant, the lieutenant. They have the rapport, and we have to move into that direction and recognize the strengths and weaknesses and not just simply look at ranks in that paramilitary format that we're in. So I think we're seeing it progress. We had a story in Baltimore where a guy had a knife and the officer approached him, and it was music to our ears when we watched this video and we heard the officer yell at every other officer to get back, I got this. And if it wasn't for that, that would have been a deadly force situation, without a doubt. And we need to empower more officers to control the situation and not allow, whether it's a supervisor or some Yahoo officer, to come in there and disrupt that environment, because that can amp things right back up.
I want to take audience questions, but Terrence, do you have anything to add to that in terms of where policing is going in our community?
Oh, for sure. I always have something to say.
I know.
I completely agree with TJ and with Chief Brzezinski. Our profession is changing. I remember before the unrest all over the country, I was having a discussion with a researcher, And I said that we're entering this golden age of training right now. We're inviting people into our academies and participating in research, and then the wheels came off. Because there was so much video out there. The profession was forced to look at itself in a way that we hadn't before. And we grew up saying, oh, that's just an isolated event. That's just an isolated event. Oh, that other one, that's just an isolated event. We're at a point now where we've had to say, well, this sure is happening a lot. We can't really say it's isolated anymore. What are we going to do about it? And you have progressive police chiefs now that are willing to have those conversations, to not just come up with a list of bullet points and say, okay, that was a good meeting. They're actually doing things now. The transparency, it's getting much better. I'm an advocate for transparency. Holding ourselves accountable, that's huge. That's actually my job on the police department. You won't find a profession that does as much policing of itself, believe it or not, as police departments. And we discipline ourselves much more harshly than you'll find in the private sector. If there's a bad cop, we want him gone. I take it personal. I don't like to see young officers risking their lives on a daily basis, and other people intentionally, I'm not talking about mistakes, but intentionally making them look bad. So I could build on what everybody's saying, but there are other people here.
Right, if you're sitting in the lower bowl and you have a question, as you've learned, you can push the button down and we can hear your mic. If you're in the back, we'll send a microphone to you. But I want to start, you have a question.
Yes, as an average citizen who has no background in law enforcement, I see these incidents on television news and wonder all the time, and I don't want to make an assumption, but are you trained to, when a perpetrator has a gun, to shoot to kill, or are you allowed to shoot to disable? Shoot him in the arm or the leg, or her, and not kill. This just happened last week in Milwaukee, where an officer shot somebody in the leg or the arm, and it ended the incident.
Anna, I'll let you take it because you have an incident too in Menominee
Yeah,
Falls.
you have to understand that law enforcement officers are trained to stop the threat, pure and simple. What the average citizen probably doesn't understand is reactionary times. Even from the point, like someone will say, why did the officer fire so many times? Well, the average citizen doesn't understand that when you pull that trigger and you have a semi-automatic weapon, that it takes time for what the brain is processing to get down through the arm and to a trigger finger. They don't purposely empty a clip because it's just the way the brain is processed, and a lot of that is not understood. I have seen suspects who have been shot where, in one case, back in Milwaukee when I was on the street, we had a gentleman who was shot 40 times and he was still coming at the officers with a gun. So when I say we're taught, it looks so easy on TV, oh, just shoot him in the arm, that'll stop him. That's not easy to do. When you've got that adrenaline dump that's going on, when you've got the brain processing, that's why we train to stop the threat, pure and simple. It's not to, we don't shoot till we kill. We shoot till the threat is stopped. And if we happen to hit a person in a leg or an arm and they go down and it stops the threat and we can safely approach and end the situation, great. But if we have to fire more, because our concern is not only the officer who's dealing with the threat, but the other citizens and officers in the area.
It's a mistake if anyone shoots in the leg or arm. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. It's a deadly force situation, and this is the biggest portion of your body. This is the easiest target. I
Center
can move
mass.
my arms and legs around. This stays where it is. So center mass is where you're trained to shoot, and like Chief said, you shoot to stop. So if anyone's shot in the arm or leg and that stops the threat, then it's a win-win for everyone, but that officer didn't mean to do it. And if they meant to do it, it's a bigger problem, quite honestly.
The practical reality, we get this question a lot, but the practical reality is it's impossible. Who's in here has fired a handgun before? Who in here has fired a handgun in a firefight? Okay, those of you who have fired handguns, how easy is it to hit your target with a handgun? Is it very easy? Absolutely not. It's not like on TV. It's very difficult. What you have in your hand is an explosion, and down a very short barrel. So that projectile is very difficult to control. It's simply impossible to do. And if you're aiming, as TJ said, for such a small target, you're bound to miss, and that round has got to go somewhere. It's an unfortunate situation whenever anybody has to use deadly force, but that's why it's called deadly. And so we train decision-making now as much as we train deadly force, so that those situations are reduced as much as possible.
Terrence, can you talk a little bit, and maybe Anna, I think this goes to you guys, about the training about implicit bias and the efforts to try to prevent the shootings that may happen as a result of implicit bias?
Yes.
I'm sure my colleague Mike Boucher could have found a nicer way to ask this question, but
I love it. As a Rita talked about some of my studies. What she didn't mention is I'm also a student of psychology. I just love the implicit bias training. A lot of, I'll say established, not older, but a lot of established police officers don't buy into it because their take is that they're being told that they're racist, and that's not it. It's just that every person has bias. Every person does. And then the thought is, well, you can't do anything about that if everybody has it. Of course, there are things that you can do. And I like it because if you accept the training, it allows you to realize that there are things you can do to overcome your bias, and that affects your decision-making. I heard Jesse Jackson say one day, as he was illustrating this point, not realizing that he was helping me with training, but as he was illustrating this point, he said, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around to look, and I was relieved to see that it was a white kid. The Black Crime Association. The Black Crime Association exists in most Americans, particularly in urban areas, including black people, black police officers. So that I like the training, Chief.
It's the hardest part for me was coming from working in Milwaukee to now being the chief of a suburban department. And I can tell you that a lot of education has to be done on the suburban side. Because I can tell you as a matter of fact that 85% of the offenders that come into Menominee Falls are from Milwaukee. I can tell you that a great percentage of them is African American, not all of them. But so now you take people who are in the suburb to begin with, and it's because they moved out of the big bad city, who they get their car broken into once and my God, they're ready to move. So we have to do a lot of education in the community, and we have some officers who have grown up their entire time in the suburb and have only been on a suburban department. And then we've got our officers who have left Milwaukee and have come to join our department, and they tell those officers, you have no clue. So we have to do a lot of education in regards to that implicit bias. And I think our officers have come a long way. I think the younger officers are certainly more tolerant than like you said, some of the older officers. But I think, again, that's that switch in law enforcement that we're seeing, that we're finally realizing that these are things we have to address that we never addressed in the past, at least not when I was a young officer. But of course, that's the Stone Age, so, well, you know, we've come a long way since then.
Any other questions? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not that you're unusual in this, but I'm part of a program that offers shelter or services to women who are trafficked or women who are involved in prostitution. And one of the objectives is to work closely with the police department in the districts to say, can you offer them the opportunity to come to the program instead of quickly putting the women in jail? Mm-hmm. And in some cases it's yes, but in reality, it doesn't happen in a lot of situations. It's easier to pick up the women and put them in jail than it is to direct them or even provide a way for them to get to the center so they could get some help. So what would you say to us is some sign of hope, or what can we do better to promote that kind of mutual relationship?
Go ahead, Anna. I know you want to do it.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that I sit on the Waukesha County Coalition for Human Trafficking. And on that coalition, we have brought all the stakeholders together. We have brought the judicial system, we have brought law enforcement, the Women's Center, the faith-based community, and we are all working together to, one, educate the public, educate officers, educate the judicial system, and just for that very thing. Someone who is the victim of human trafficking, and I was on the Attorney General's Crime Victim Council where we attacked this, that's not their choice. And we need to recognize that. Much like we're looking at with drug courts and mental health courts, that, you know, that person who made that bad choice to start with drugs, there may be situations that if they're a first offender, we can maybe take care of that and get them on a path to rehabilitation as opposed to the revolving criminal justice system. Same thing when we have victims of a crime, and that's what it is. When they are being prostituted, they are a victim of a crime, and we need to look at it from that angle. So I think you're finding out that there is a lot more collaboration, bringing all the stakeholders together. And I think you're going to see a real movement in the near future that's going to start to correct that problem. But a lot of it starts with us training the officers to recognize that it's human trafficking and not a prostitution situation.
It's a culture shift that policing is undergoing. Seattle and Baltimore, among some other locations, started what's called law enforcement assisted diversion, which is exactly what the chief just mentioned, where it's diverting low-level drug offenders. And, you know, 20 years ago, I would lock up somebody for having a blunt in their car. Today, I'm jumping in the car with them, saying, I'm joking, I'm not going that far. All right. We haven't gotten that progressive yet, but we're at a point in many cities across America where it's now decriminalized, but we're working towards better solutions, but our minds in law enforcement have to change because we take stuff literal. You're prostituting, it's illegal, we're locking you up for it. You have a joint, that's a free search, it's literal. And we were also all involved in a numbers game. It's a hash mark in the book, and people can't be hash marks anymore. How does this affect the quality of life of the community, and how does this affect the human being? We've already figured out that zero tolerance policing is a failed methodology, and it disproportionately affects the minority community. In my last point, in Maryland, in policing, to the recruiting point, if you had smoked marijuana more than 20 times, you were forever eliminated from being the police in Maryland, in the state of Maryland. And I always said, if you smoke marijuana 17 times, you're lying because you weren't counting, you know? So how do you even come up with that? So experimentation is what it was supposed to be, but they came up with this arbitrary number of 20, which disproportionately affected recruiting in the minority community. One of my commissioners, Commissioner Kevin Davis, was able to get that overturned so that that no longer affects recruits as we move forward. So we got to get progressive.
Okay. TJ, I appreciate always the levity. I appreciate it a lot. I want to say this, the people on this panel and all the people serving in law enforcement are often the first responders to traumas in our community. They themselves experience a great deal of trauma. And I think it's also important to note that they don't make excuses for anyone whose bad behavior goes beyond that. I will quote one of them, and I'll let you guess which one it is as we say thank you to them, is I asked, how do we change our city? And they said, we all change our city. We all change our city. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our fine. Welcome back. I just want to draw your attention to one person in the room, everybody, just if I can have your attention. I know we told you that we had a counselor available all day today. Julie left, but we do have Artie. Artie, can you just stand up for a moment? Artie Turner's here. If anyone needs to talk to someone during the course of the rest of the day, he is here with us, so thanks for being with us. And I'm going to turn over the podium to Bill Lipscomb.
Good afternoon. I am not Mike Goucher, just so you know, all right? I'm told that, oh, Chief. I'm gonna blush now, it's terrible. By trade, I'm a federal prosecutor here in Milwaukee, and I've been a prosecutor for more than 30 years. And prosecutors tend to prepare reasonably well, and I've got like 10 pages of notes that I came up with. I've got 3 or 4 more after listening to the presentations today, and it's such a deep, rich conversation that I kind of hope it would go on much longer today. Our part in this is to really look more at the community's perspective. So, so far we've heard, particularly the last segment, which was terrific, from police officers and police trauma. Look at it from the community's perspective, right? And the title of this is Healing a Traumatized Community and Building Relations, right? That's a little daunting. And you might ask, why is a federal prosecutor standing up here kind of leading that discussion, right? Janine is asking that herself right now. But I've been interested in these issues for a long time. I've been a prosecutor doing guns and gangs and drug cases for most of my 30 years, and worked with Janine on the Safe Streets Initiative back in 2006 to 2009, 2010 or so, and learned a little bit about restorative justice, been to Green Bay Prison with Janine, and I've seen some of that. And I've even tried to do some of it on my own, not just in my home, but with reentry work that we've been doing really from the Department of Justice's standpoint. So I'll tell you about that work in just a minute. But the thing that comes together here is that I think is really important, and I don't want to lose it in this panel, and as we've done in the past here, it's trauma, right? But it's trauma in relation to violence, as Janine said at the beginning, and then this intersection of the police and the community around these issues, right? And we talked about some of that in that last section. So, the horrific statistics in Baltimore that TJ mentioned, but our statistics here aren't all that terrific either, right? In a typical year, and to keep this in mind, we talk about gun violence in particular, 680 to maybe 750 people are shot in a typical year in Milwaukee. 750 is an outlier a little bit. That was in 2015. But that's a lot of people that are being hit by gunfire, right? And that sort of formulates, at least from the United States Attorney's standpoint and my standpoint in particular, that we need to do something about that gun violence. One of the things we've done is taking this restorative justice model to folks who are coming out of prison, young men coming out of prison that are very young, 18 to 26 years of age, and doing restorative justice circles with them. I'm just going to make one quick point about that work that we've done recently to kind of set up the panel here a little bit. We'll sit around, and it's law enforcement, probably 10 to 12 guys who've just come out of prison who are at very high risk of gun violence. There will be probation agents there and a few people from the community, sometimes guys who've been in that life before and have come out of it and are doing really productive stuff. But these are young guys, right? And one of the last circles that we did with these guys, and really the question is what Janine said we did back in 2006 to 2009, is how has violence affected you? And everyone answers that question. And the law enforcement folks talk about some of the things they've talked about here. Ron has been part of that panel as well, Chief Banks, talking about some of the deep trauma in his life to humanize the police officers. But the young men that we assemble, out of let's say 12, right? 8 typically will have been shot, personally shot, right? And they go around and tell those stories. Some of them shot multiple times. That's on different occasions, right? Every one of them carrying a gun every single day of their lives, right? They don't cross the street or walk down the street to the corner store without taking their gun with them. They don't buy gas in the neighborhood. They go someplace else because if they meet somebody who is a street-oriented person like themselves, violence might erupt, right? So we're trying to communicate with those young guys and say, hey, enough is enough, right? We need to do something different in this community. We need you to not carry the guns. But they're hearing that from law enforcement, right? Which is probably not the best spokesperson for that message. The community is. One of the things that our panel, when I talked to each one of these folks beforehand, said to me is that the community has the solutions, right? So we're going to hear about that. So I'll probably talk very little more than I just did there, but I want to introduce your panel to you. First, we'll go right to left. Maritza Ugarte, you can raise your hand. Neighborhood Safety Coordinator with Safe and Sound, and she'll give you a little synopsis of what Safe and Sound is, but think about it as kind of in the middle of law enforcement and the community and engaging in communication both ways. Maritza has been a community organizer in one fashion or another on the south side for at least 12 years, so she's got deep knowledge of talking to kids, youth, and organizing, and then also talking with adults and the police and problem solving. Next we have Reggie Moore. Reggie Moore is the director of the Office of Violence Prevention, former president, director of Urban Underground in Milwaukee. One of those people who's been working on community advocacy and youth organizing really his entire career, very deep knowledge. And he was tasked with, 2.5 years ago, coming on with the Office of Violence Prevention, of coming up with a blueprint, a plan for reducing violence in the city of Milwaukee, right? No one in their right mind would take that on. But Reggie was, and he did, and he's the right person to do it. So he's going to talk about that, because I think it has a lot to say about resolving trauma, and even in his approach to doing this. Then we have Andre Lee Ellis, who is the founder and executive director of We Got This. He's going to tell you what that is. Not the second, though, because once Andre starts talking, it's over. But I would call him a tireless advocate for kids, in his neighborhood, but on the north side generally, maybe the city of Milwaukee, and even broader than that, right? Really caring deeply about the kids in our city, the trauma that they experience, and helping them grow in the garden, right? We'll talk about what the garden is. And then Billy Ellis, who's thrilled to be here.
It's not my wife.
We were talking last night to see if they were actually related, going back to somewhere in Mississippi, I think. But Billy is a City of Milwaukee police officer. She's actually Ron's partner, and we're going to not go back and rehash what we did in the last session, but talk about some of the work that they're doing to connect with youth through Billy. And she's with the Office of Community Outreach and Education. She's also got an interesting background. If you noticed on the film, they described her as a former probation agent, and actually she's a former probation agent, a former corrections officer, but now a police officer, someday a former police officer. Okay, I'm going to start with Andre Lealis, and if you can, would you maybe do two things for me. One is tell them a little bit about We Got This and how it got started, okay? But then I want to kind of frame this discussion by thinking about a young man who's 13 to 15 years of age in the 9th and Ring area of the city of Milwaukee, growing up in significant disadvantage, and all the barriers that he faces to success, and then some of this rub conflict with the police department. And if you forget all that, I'll prompt you.
All right, I won't forget it because I live it. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm glad to be here. We Got This was founded in June 2014 when a mother whose 11-year-old boy was about to be arrested by the police for breaking in cars and doing some things in the neighborhood. She knocked on my door because we have a community garden on the 9th and Ring, and we had already begun to do some healing in the area. So when the police were arresting this kid, she knocked on the door. In an effort to help her, I answered the call. We invited the young man, so long story short, because most people in here know the story, and we only have an hour. And Bill set me up. He said, once I start talking, nobody else can talk. But it's so much to talk about. So, but I had the young man start meeting me on Saturdays in the garden, pay him $20 to clean up the neighborhood, learn how to grow food. It helped to change his life. The next Saturday, he came back with 5 more men, young men. The way that we pay the boys the $20 is we put a post on Facebook. It's a little longer story, a little more interesting than that, but we put a post on Facebook and we ask everybody that will to come by 12 o'clock and bring it. 5 years we've been doing this program on 9th and Ring, and sometimes we get up to 100 young men between 12 and 16 years old that are African American that come by 8 o'clock and they have to be on time, otherwise they go home. 800.1 is late. In 5 years, no kid has ever worked past 800.1, no matter what the reason is, because we got to train our little black boys that in spite of what America does to them, in spite of what this city does to them, they still are going to have families and they need to restore themselves back to the household, and we got to take over our neighborhood. So We Got This was formed and we've started, and it's been 5 years. Let's talk about, I want to say this. I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning because Bill Lipscomb asked me to come. How glad I am that I came, because I got a real good view of what this is all about. Thank you, TJ, for really bringing it home for a person like me, because at first I thought, this is not about me. Why am I here? I got to get the information. But this is more, it seemed like it's more for law enforcement. Now, if we're going to talk about healing, and I knew where I lived, I needed to be honest. I knew that many people had already been dishonest. I was broke too. I had to move over there because we didn't have any money. So we had to move over, and what people were telling me was Little Cambodia, where people die every day. Prior to We Got This, I was running down the street at 2 o'clock in the morning when the bar on 8th and Ring would have shootings or fights, and I'm up in my drawers, running down the street, calling the office violence prevention, and Reggie come every time. When I call him, I don't know what your experience is with him, but every time I call him, he comes. But really doing that and making it active, and then I became a voice in the neighborhood. And when we started the garden work and started meeting there, I was able to talk to the boys. And when you have pedophiles in the community, when you have pedophiles in your house, when you have the amount of drugs and the different types of drugs that are happening in the houses, when you have so much anger, when you have so much untreated mental illness, period, Bill, I don't know what you want me to name because you work down there in that office. You get all of the cases. Do you know what I mean? So it's a lot of stuff that to be dealt with. And I think the main problem is resources. On the block where I live, I am the change that needs to be. On the block where I live, I'm making the changes that the people need to see. On the block where I live, we were the #2 highest crime block in the city, right on 9th and Ring. They had us on a statistical list. We're no longer on the list because the people did it. If you really want the healing to happen in the community with the kids, give them what they need, some nurturing and care, just like a parent should do. Teachers like Miss Jeanette, who Herrera, who is here, who has been teaching our children for over 30 years and has a very strong opinion and knowledge about things that have gone on. She's seen it all. So when I see professionals not listen to her, a mother, black woman, and a queen in our community who can tell you better than me whether you like it, how she say it or not, it upsets me. You should stop whatever you're doing and listen to her. That's a mother, grandmother. I ain't gonna say great-grandmother because I don't know. She is a great-grandmother. But I do know that I run into many successful young people in our community has been taught by her. So what I'm saying to you is this, and I'll stop so that whatever. But I'm saying to you this, we have to bring the resources to the block. I recently heard somebody say something about cop houses. I've been saying resource houses. You can call them cop houses if you want to. Come on 9th and Ring, it ain't gonna be there long. Nobody's coming to the cop house. They're not gonna go. They don't trust the cops. You know, I heard somebody, you all talked about shoot to kill. If you got the arms and the leg, it's a mistake. Because we're trained to get the middle. When we're under force with a gun or a bullet coming back at us, well, what about when they ain't got nothing in their hand? Because some of them died that way. What about when they just black? And then tell me this, why I don't hear about little white boys getting shot by black cops? Reggie, you next.
No. You know,
I don't.
Andre, so let me follow up with that, though, with just as specific as we can, because one of the things that you and I had talked about, and LT mentioned it in the film, was the lack of fathers in the neighborhood, right? And one of the resiliency factors in relationship, when we talk about trauma, is really important. You talk about being the earth father rather than the birth father. So what's going on with that?
I have 100 boys in the garden between 12 and 16 years old, little black boys, and I asked the question, how many of you don't know your dad? 90 of them raised their hand. How many of you know your dad but don't have a relationship with him? 5 more raised their hand. Out of 100, only 5 knew their dad and had a relationship if they were being honest. It was at that moment that I said to the group, I may not be your birth dad, but I certainly can be your earth dad. And with that in mind, can I just tell this story? Real quick.
There's no way I can stop you as far as I can tell.
Well, with that in mind, it was either August 18th or the 25th, we had a program with the Office of Violence Prevention. They brought a big mobile down. They were kicking off the 414 campaign, and we were going door to door together. I mean, it was a terrific day. They bought free T-shirts for the community, for everybody had great information. I mean, we had a beautiful time. Officer Harris and another black cop, I couldn't remember his name, they were walking the beat, came into the garden. It was great watching them pull cucumbers and eat them fresh from the garden with the little kids, these black cops. They were black cops. 2 hours later, after I put the lock on the gate, I walked to a friend's car, put my hand in the car. 5 police cars swung down on me and about 10 officers asking me, what did I just give him? And I said, my hand, which is what black men do culturally when we see each other. We shake hands. I said, I shake hands with some white men too, and some white men do the American handshake with each other too. A handshake is natural. And then he said to me, well, the car smells like weed. And I said, well, why are you talking to a human? Talk to the damn car. Arrest the car. I wasn't even in the car. So, but with that in mind, I became really angry. But what I saw was about 100 of the neighbors gather on that corner. I saw 8 of my grandchildren standing there. One of the babies was screaming to my wife that they're going to shoot granddad. They're going to shoot granddad. And I knew then that I better behave. And so theater is my background, and everybody don't know to do this. So I put my little white boy voice on. Officer, what do you have me here for? I started talking to him very respectfully, and we were able to get through it, but I knew that some healing needed to come out of that, so I didn't go and protest and do too much. I met with the mayor, met with the police department, talked with the alderman, met with the president of the Common Council. Nothing yet.
So, okay, but what you didn't do, I mean, is walk away and do nothing, right? You engaged in a conversation with the police and the authorities and kept it
And a
going.
number of people. And we talked about, I gave them my idea for resource houses. I've been talking about resource houses. If you want healing, there's some serious healing that has to happen between law enforcement, judicial, and our community, because we just don't trust the systems. And now we're finding out things like prison systems can sue if they don't have enough prisoners. And I know in Wisconsin they're not private, so it's all kind of cloudy, but there's a reason for it. Once I had 25 white students come on a bus from Marquette University to the Garden, and I asked them, well, what are you studying? Urban medicine. What are you, urban law? What are you studying? Urban education. Everybody was studying urban. And I asked them this question: where do I, as a black man, go to what university in America and get a degree in suburban anything?
Okay, I got one more question for you.
I'm trying to let y'all talk. That's Bill.
Yeah, no.
That's Bill.
So I'm trying to get something specific from you so I can move on, which is if you could just encapsulate for us in just brief words, what a 13 to 16-year-old boy in that neighborhood, how does the boys that come to the Garden, the boys that you work with, how do they see the police? What's their perspective?
Whenever we have the young men there, we try to give them lessons, and we try to have mentors and various professionals in the community. And Bill, you've been there. It's beautiful. It's nowhere where a white person has to be threatened. On that Saturday, you see all kinds of people there helping. It doesn't matter. It isn't about black or white or none of that. It's about helping when you want to help, when you want to love, and when you want to care. That's what it's about. But when they come to the Garden, and I had this was one of the most devastating things, and I said this to you, so you told me to mention this. So if I get in trouble, it's because of you. And I don't want to make this funny, but I say what I feel, and I didn't want to just be out there. But I had a 12-year-old boy say to me in the Garden, after I saw him being very distant, and I pulled him to the side, and I had to badger him about why was he looking so sad? Why wasn't he getting involved with everybody else? And I asked him, I said, why do you look like that? And he began to cry. And he looked at me and he said, Mr. Andre.
He'd been assaulted by his father.
Okay. He said, Mr. Andre, my dad has been assaulting, thank you for the word, that's not what he said, has been assaulting me since I was 7 years old. But he used the F word. That's what he said to me. It devastated me. I had no idea that this kid was going to say that. I knew then that I had to be serious about the work that I do. Today he's doing a little better, but those are the kind of problems when kids come and they haven't eaten, when they haven't had their medicine, when they never have seen a dad. They don't even know what to do when a man gives them instruction. And definitely a lot of times they're mad at mom because they think she did something to make dad leave their life. So police officers a lot of times are men, black men or men, so a lot of our boys have problems with men. So the 13, 16-year-old boys that come to the Garden have a multiple of problems. I'm not sure if I heard you all concentrating on their problems today. I think I heard you all talking about how to heal the police officers, mostly.
Yeah, I think it's both. I mean, really, that's the point. The point of this discussion, and we'll move it on, but is to talk about the fact that the police have experienced significant trauma in their own lives and every day, and that the community has experienced very deep, significant trauma, which you're talking about here. But I'm going to move on to Billy.
Real quick, Bill. The trauma that the police department or the police officers experience, I think that they need to have a session like this with some of the people that they have affected, and they need to hear from some of those people in those communities and let them tell their story. And then I also would like to know what kind of services are there to help you all with your trauma. I didn't hear many people talk about how you fixed your issues.
All right. Billy, let's move on to you. And I'm not going to ask you to speak for the entire police department, but just your own work, and if you could describe some of that for us, about really to get at the misconceptions, right, and the misunderstandings between young men of color that you've engaged with, particularly at juvenile detention centers and other places, and the police department, their misunderstandings? What have you seen?
Mainly, they don't trust us. A lot of mistrust just in general. I mean, they see the uniform, they see our faces, and the first thing they think is that we're out to get them. I currently work in the Office of Community Outreach and Education. Now the Assistant Chief Banks hand-selected me and my partner to start working with these youth. We work with the Office of Violence Prevention, and what we wanted to do is start building relationships. How do we start reconnecting with these young men? I think we predominantly work with kids 22 and younger, I think now. I think our youngest has been 9. Where the disconnect is. So what we have done is we've worked with Reggie in the Office of Violence Prevention. We've gone, and when we started working with the Office of Violence Prevention, we decided what kids are we gonna use. It was a group effort. We decided we want to work with the ones that are at the highest risk. So we said, okay. We go out, we meet with the kids in their homes, at school. We talk to their principals, we talk to their families, and we just talk. We're free, both Ron and I are very free and open about any questions you have about the police. We get them to interact with us. What are their fears? What are our fears about working with them? Their fears about working with us. Eventually, it has come down to it's just regular dialogue. We started that, and the Assistant Chief Banks says, I want you to do more. I want you to go to the detention center. I want you to go to the House of Corrections. So we go out to the Juvenile Detention Center. There's a program called Milwaukee County Community Accountability Program, I think is what it is, AMCAP. We go every 2 weeks. It's, they're all sentenced to that program. We go in there and we talk. What the police expect, how they should interact with us, how our behavior should interact with them. We give them information on, they'll ask, can you guys do this? We tell them, everything that we can and cannot do is in black and white. We will give you the answer. And Ron makes it very clear, everything we can do is online. We'll tell you what we can and cannot do. Do the research yourself. Our conversations have gone from interacting with the police to school shootings, to suicide, to the high sexually transmitted disease rate in the city of Milwaukee, and it's gone from anything that they want to talk about. We've also expanded it. Assistant Chief Bank, when he was our captain, helped start the Midnight Basketball League, which is for young men 18 to 25 years old. They have an enrichment piece one night a week when they go. They play two nights a week, and one of those nights a week they have an enrichment piece. Again, we see these guys every night, 2 nights a week, and it's gotten from, oh, you're the officer, I'm not talking to you. Now they laugh and they joke. We'll be driving down the street or we'll be working in a different capacity, and now it's, hey, Officer Ellis, hey, Officer Edwards. And I think a lot of it is just the open communication. The kids see us out, hey, Officer Ellis, hey, Officer Edwards. We'll walk into any school now because we're part of the school squad as well, so we have to go to schools quite frequently. We'll see kids, hey, hi, Officer Edwards, hi, Officer Ellis. Or especially when we're not together, because most people see us together. Where's your partner? Where's your partner? Where's she at? Where's he at? And so I think it's just the open dialogue that for people to realize that we're human. One other story I was telling Bill is when we went out to the center, the kids, I don't know how we got on the topic about us going to the mall. They were literally amazed that we go to the mall. Like, you go to Mayfair? Like, yeah, I go to Mayfair, don't you? Yeah, all the time. I'm like, yeah, me too. I like to shop. And they were like, oh, and well, what's your favorite restaurant? Cheesecake Factory? Oh my God, me too. They don't see us as being human beings. And I think with our open dialogue and the work that we've been able to do with them, they're starting to see that we've got kids, we've got family, we go to the movies. We're human just like everybody else. We just have a job to do. And our goal is we're not out to get them. We're there to help them.
Great, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
You
I
did,
forgot
actually.
what it was.
You did. Terrific. Perfect. Maritza, south side. Different demographics from the north side. I want to ask you about that, but now I just remember the first thing I was going to ask you is, again, in this space, right, between the police and the community, is Safe and Sound and has been there for quite a while now. What does Safe and Sound do, and how are you guys organized to do the work?
Well, in a snippet, what we do and what our focus is public safety within the neighborhoods that we're assigned to work in. The way that we do that is with this philosophy that it takes residents, youth, law enforcement, and community resources to really do the work and have safe and empowered neighborhoods. And to break it down for you a little bit more, we work in district teams. So we have a neighborhood safety coordinator assigned to each district that we work in. We're in 5 out of 7 districts in the city of Milwaukee. And then I have 2 coworkers of mine who, one focuses on youth, he's a youth organizer, and then one focuses on adult residents in the neighborhood. It really is figuring out how we can all work together to kind of get people to where they feel comfortable, sort of addressing some of the public safety concerns that they have, and honestly to bringing them to the table of law enforcement in a way that we're hearing what people in that live in those neighborhoods, what do they want happen to their neighborhoods? Oftentimes the community feels like maybe law enforcement will come in there and do something to their neighborhood and take information, but then nothing's given back, and they're left with this perception of, should I be moving out? What should I do? You know, was my voice heard? So we kind of try to be the middle person in that situation.
Okay, and then demographics. I mean, the South Side, different from the North Side. These old Polish neighborhoods are now a mix of folks. You talked to me, I think, about a Clark Square neighborhood that was particularly diverse. Give us an idea.
So the Clark Square neighborhood is one of the priority neighborhoods that we focus on. And just to give you a little snippet of it, you know, it's interesting because when I first came from Chicago, they would talk about how Milwaukee is very segregated. And we often think about Milwaukee and we think North Side is African American, and we think South Side, oh, you know, Latino, and then you move further southwest, it's white and surrounding areas, right? But I would say Clark Square is kind of like the opposite of that. There's so much going on in Clark Square. There's so many assets, and I feel like the biggest assets in the city of Milwaukee are the people. And just to give you a snippet of that, in Clark Square we have people who are from the Karen population, we have people who are from Burma, we have people who are from have immigrated here from Mexico, we have African American families, we have white families who've been there for many generations, 40 plus years, and we have a ton of different languages, which has been interesting for me. I'm bilingual in English and Spanish, but there's also many other languages in just Clark Square. So it's interesting trying to connect with some of the other people, and you will find that just because you don't know a certain language, you're able to connect with people if you have an ultimate common goal.
Okay, and then particularly with the Spanish-speaking population, and we talk about trust and trust building with the police, there are issues around immigration and documented status, correct?
Right. So our job basically for the neighborhood safety coordinators is to have people voice their concerns and then ultimately connect them to law enforcement. Well, there are certain issues, you know, people talked about trust, which is definitely, you know, trust with the police and past perhaps bad experiences with law enforcement, that's definitely one of them. But also with something that's a little bit different is that you have people who are here undocumented and with the different things that are going on and not knowing really who they should trust. It has been a real hard to tell somebody, well, just call the police department when you're a victim of an armed robbery, when they're like, no, I'd rather not do that and go ahead and handle it myself or just let it be and not be on the radar. And there's just so much misinformation to a certain aspect. But people believe who they trust, and if you know, and they also believe the people that are giving them. You know, a lot of it is like people telling people what the information is, and by word of mouth. And there's times where specific areas in District 2 that are normally very like busy, like you know, different grocery stores, so on and so forth, will be like ghost town because people hear there's immigration in town, or there's this or there's that. They literally will disappear and not come out, including not taking their kids to school, including definitely not calling the law enforcement. And I'm not talking about for 1 or 2 months till they gain their trust. We're talking about years where people are not reporting things that are happening to them, and us trying to work on that relationship. It's difficult.
Right. So you're providing a conduit of information from those citizens to the police and then back to the citizens.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm going to jump to Reggie here. And I was going to ask you about inherited trauma, but I know we're going to run out of time if we get focused on that. So if we can come back to it, we will. Okay? Is that all right? That's cool. All right, good. So I noted before that you were tasked with this idea of coming up with an anti-violence plan for the entire city of Milwaukee, right? and now we call that the Blueprint for Peace. Yeah. And how did you go about doing this? I mean, like, where did you start?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Just so I understand the audience, just a quick question. How many of you, by a show of hands, have seen The Blood is at the Doorstep? How many of you have seen The Hate That You Give? I want to encourage you, if you're having this conversation about systemic trauma and violence, to watch those two. One is a movie and one is a documentary. The first one is about the Dontre Hamilton murder in Milwaukee, and the other one is a national movie that's in theaters right now. One of the things that the young lady in the film, her name is Star, said is, to her boyfriend in particular, is that she wanted to be seen. She didn't want to be objectified. She didn't want her life to be simplified in terms of work, because she had to transcend two different worlds, from the neighborhood she lived in and the suburban high school that she attended. And I think, to answer your question about the blueprint, my unconditional condition of accepting this position and engaging in this process with the mayor was that this plan and the blueprint has to be driven by the community. It can't be, as we've seen in other cities, where the mayor, the police chief, and 5 other people go in a room and come out with a plan. If it is going to be owned by the community, it has to be informed by the community, it has to be driven by the community. And so when we launched the process in November of 2016, we had 125 community residents, and we know that's just a fraction. But we really were serious about who was in this room. And I remember at that launch meeting, there were members from the U.S. Attorney's Office, the DA's office, law enforcement, hospital systems, philanthropy. And there's one young man who we both know from the Garden who was also there. And he was extremely candid and unfiltered in his experience with violence. And he wasn't there to just talk about, John shooting Johnny or gun violence in the neighborhood in terms of interpersonal violence. He talked about his experiences with systemic and structural violence in this city and could speak to, when you talk about inherited, the generations of trauma that have happened. It's real easy to talk about the fatherlessness, but we don't talk about the forced displacement of those fathers and what they were displaced for and for how long. And what happens when a family is broken up in that way, and the conditions that perpetuate a person deciding to do certain things for survival. And so we start to pathologize people to say, oh, those are bad people in bad places who are inherently bad. But hopefully the opioid epidemic is illustrating that there are certain things that poverty, that despair, that addiction produce that is a human condition. And it is not something inherently wrong with people, but it's the conditions that create the behavior that leads to some of the things that we see. And so the blueprint is very unapologetic in calling those things out, and the voices of residents are centered in it. If you have not seen the blueprint, you can access it online. 414life.com is the website, but also at the City of Milwaukee Health Department website as well. But really, it was about seeing the community and hearing the community and making sure that their input was reflected in that document. And now, and you may be getting to this question, now the question that we all have to ask and we all have to hold each other accountable for is, are we going to respond to what we heard or not, through policy and through resources?
Yeah, well, I'm going to follow up with you on that so we keep this moving. But, and just to amplify this point, as I understand it and what you said, it wasn't obviously just talking to the powerful people in the community. It wasn't just talking to the adults, but it was very much talking to the youth in the community as well, right, based on your deep experience, right?
Right.
Yeah. So as I understand how we've done this as a community, we haven't given you millions and millions and millions of dollars to implement an anti-violence effort. We've given you some, right? But what are you doing? Like, what's kind of the major things that the Office of Violence Prevention is doing, and in general, and then more specifically about this community police relations problems and that you're supporting?
Okay. I know a lot of folks didn't realize that the office existed, but it's actually been around since 2008. And so it also staffs one of the largest and oldest commissions on domestic violence and sexual assault in the country. We have some commissioners in the audience, Dr. McManus and others. And then we also partner with the Human Trafficking Task Force, which is facilitated by Dana World Patterson and Martha Love. We also partner with the Milwaukee Police Department, Fire Department, and the Behavioral Health Division of Milwaukee County with our Trauma Response Partnership. So when an officer or EMT responds to a scene that a child has witnessed or experienced violence, we actually fund counselors to respond to that family within 48 hours and to provide counseling to that young person. Because, as I know I'm preaching to the preachers in the room, but essentially we know that a child who has witnessed violence is more likely to either be victimized or perpetuated in the future. So in an attempt to break that cycle, it really is about working across systems to be as responsive as possible. I do get in a lot of debates with my public health friends around the country, and even locally, where some people say, well, the Office of Violence Prevention should strictly focus on primary prevention. We are in a state of crisis in this city, and organizations are not funded or resourced to the degree that they need to be. And whether we're talking grassroots efforts led by residents like Andre Ellis, whether we're talking about Safe and Sound, Running Rebels, or other groups that are doing work every day to try to make neighborhoods safer and stronger, the equity and investment in those efforts is not here, and it's not present. And until people start demanding that, it's not going to change. But we basically partner with community groups to say, how do we, for lack of a better term, triage what's happening, help folks heal from the trauma that's been experienced, while at the same time doing the primary prevention work. For example, we just launched a pilot from a national curriculum called Coaching Boys to Men, where we're training coaches so that they can talk to male athletes to try to break the cycle of domestic violence and sexual assault and harassment that we're seeing. And so a lot of that is perpetuated oftentimes in athletic culture. So even when you have 45 saying, oh, that's locker room talk, you hear that a lot in terms of how those types of attitudes and behaviors as men, because we put the onus on women oftentimes to say, what should women be doing differently? And that's blaming the victim. As men, we have to take responsibility and break that cycle in how we are, raised and what we learn about what healthy manhood looks like. So those are that's an example. And then the work that we do, and they're extremely modest, but these are two amazing officers who care very deeply about the young people in our community. And so we know that, young people make decisions, especially as adolescents, that stick with them for the rest of their lives. And we have to do everything possible to try to redeem and recover from that mistake. Because I know as a teenager, I was not a perfect teenager, and if there are any in this room, feel free to raise your hand. But at the end of the day, we do not have throwaway residents in this city.
All right. One of the things that you're working on, one of the primary things that at least I know about, is the cure violence effort and these specific neighborhoods that you're working in or going to be working in. Can you describe that for us?
Sure, and let me also clarify something in terms of our role in our lane. So the Office of Violence Prevention, most of our staff are community organizers or youth workers or people who are used to rolling up their sleeves and doing the work. Our lane is really in partnering. Everything that we do is in partnership with other organizations and to provide the resources for them to do the work on the front line. And so I just want to make that crystal clear that we're not trying to displace any other programs that work in the city, but we see our role is in leveraging resources and policies to make sure that work is resourced and sustained. There were 10 priority neighborhoods that were identified in the Blueprint for Peace. One of those neighborhoods, Old North Milwaukee, when looking at 3 years of data of aggravated assaults, non-fatal shootings, and homicides, consistently had the highest number in the city. So we have, and they're actually completing their training today, hired 10 individuals who will be violence interrupters, and 5 of them will be stationed in Old North Milwaukee, and 4 of them will actually be citywide responders. We've had very productive conversations with Freighter, the Comprehensive Injury Center, and Ascension Healthcare, where they will also be responding to the trauma units in the hospitals. Because oftentimes if you can't reach someone on the street, if they've been shot or injured and in a hospital bed, they're more apt to receive the information and perhaps make different decisions.
So, okay, but just give us a quick snapshot of what these violence interrupters and organizers will be doing in these priority neighborhoods. At least what your dream is, what this really should look like.
Right, so their role is part outreach and part case management and part conflict mediation. And when we say outreach, they're not, in terms of resident engagement, that's not their lane. They're talking to the people that the residents are calling the police on. They know and need to be building the trust with those individuals to help understand what's driving the homicides in that neighborhood and trying to get them on a different path. So they're not there as an extension of law enforcement. They're not there, they really are there to try to get to the sense, is there something driving the next shooting or homicide that can be prevented? Many of these individuals, we like to call them public health workers. Some people call them credible messengers, but they've been people who struggle with violence in their own lives and are now committed to giving back and doing everything that they can to try to make Milwaukee safer. And so, MPD was a part of the hiring panel for that. Community residents were a part of the hiring panel. So it's an extreme vetting process for the folks who will be involved in this work. But we really have to start meeting people where they are, and particularly the people that we know are making decisions that oftentimes can lead to gun violence. But we know that someone who's been shot is more apt to carry a firearm. Someone who's been charged or convicted of a firearm offense is likely to repeat it. So if we can get ahead of that and try to interrupt that cycle before the next body drop or the next person ends up doing significant time in prison, that's what their commitment is.
Great. So, I mean, again, this is not law enforcement focused, it's really community focused, the workers on the street, right? So, Andre, I'm going to come back to you then, and you get to talk about your resource center, which I really think is a cool idea. So, dream for a resource center in, or resource house in the 9th and Ring area. What would that look like, and how would that help the neighborhood relate to the police department?
Okay. Right next to the garden on 9th and Ring is a house that was a troubled house, and for a few years you couldn't get a good tenant in there. So it's vacant now, and we'd like to see it become a resource house. In the resource house, we could do a number of things. Number one is it could house the resources that residents need. Whenever there's a problem, last year we had a fire. Right, 4 houses down from the garden. There were 11 people in the house. The neighbors, we were able to mobilize, and we got all 11 people out of the house, had them wrapped up in our own blankets and clothes, and everybody went and got their Rice Krispie treats or bottles of water from their house, and when the fire department got there, all they had to do was put out the fire. There were nobody in the house. They went into the house while the fire was going. These guys did that live over there. So somewhere they want something really good to happen. The resource house could have had, that was at the time that the Red Cross said they weren't coming. So on the top of the resource house could be some bunk beds and the bathroom up there and some showers, and that's where we can deal with the trauma in the neighborhood when it first happens and somebody is displaced and needs somewhere to go just to get it together. You all recently had that health training that you did. We could bring that over there and teach our neighbors how to do that so that they can administer CPR. Also in the resource house could do the everyday business of what we need to do. It could be a place where neighbors could come when they're struggling with financial literacy, when they're struggling with need tutoring. Sheila Haygood is in the audience, who brought a strong reading program to the garden for us. For that, we could bring that reading program there. In the basement of the resource house, we find that there's another lucrative opportunity to start a lawn care and snow removal business right over there. We have a lot of seniors who can't do the work, and disabled people. Maybe there's some subsidized money that could come from OVP or the prosecutor's office, and help us build that. Not only will the resource house can create jobs right where we live. We now own the garden and the lot across the street for $1. But the main thing is, if we could keep our streets clean every day, that's the first place of healing the attitude. So through the resource house can come jobs in the neighborhood. And there's also a place, because they don't trust our law enforcement, it's a place where law enforcement, and this was the creation I did behind what happened to me in the garden with the police coming, because I contributed it to misunderstanding, even though they was all white cops. Okay, I contributed to misunderstanding, and if I help them understand, maybe it won't happen again, right? So at the resource house, cop officers would be welcome. It's a place that you could come in, whether you're in your uniform or in plain clothes. And I think I heard somebody say today, or you say today, Officer so-and-so, and you look back and say, hey, Marcus, hey, Sarita, and you know them. When we know each other, we are less apt to be mean to each other. So that's what the resource house to do. It'll be a house of love. If you don't love, don't come to the resource house.
All right, house of love. I think that's probably the wrong term. But
well, to a prosecutor, yeah.
Are you regretting this now, Janine? I don't know. So Maritza, back to the South Side and kind of your experience with Safe and Sound, but and you did say this to me, I think, more directly than anyone, that the community already has the answers. What is the community doing, and what are you helping the community doing in terms of dialogue with the police and breaking down barriers? What specific things, and even you can break that wider to Safe and Sound as well?
Something that I get to do as an opportunity with my position is to kind of see data with, working with, being assigned to District 2, looking at data, looking at what hotspot areas and so on and so forth, sort of the technical aspect of it. But then we do a lot of our outreach going door to door and talking to people. And when I say people have the answers, at the door, they're telling you what they want to happen in order to address the issues and the safety in their neighborhood. But we just don't listen. And oftentimes, I'll give you an example. This is kind of an interesting conversation. But there was a house that people had been complaining about for a couple years about drug dealing, just violence, and a lot going on. And they were just sick and tired of it. And they're like, we're not calling the police anymore. And then finally, there was an investigation made, and arrests were made for people who were legitimately doing some harmful things to the community. But the thing was, the officers were like, oh, we did it, like, we should get a pat on the back, and the community should be so happy, and they were very actually upset. They're like, it took you guys, like, this many years, we've been living here next to this all this time, and, I think it's important for us to sometimes, this is very important, if you can take anything away from this, it's important to listen to understand and not listen to respond. And I think that that's one thing that we need to do across the board, right? So the officers were like, well, what do you mean? We put in all these resources to get this done, and we got the bad guys, and that's great, don't get me wrong, but the residents, like one resident said, like, they were blocking my alley, by the way, and we've been talking about this for 2 years, and we've lived next to this. Our kids haven't used the park because of this. So just really understanding that aspect and not taking it personal and not making it about us. Because if we truly are there to do community work, it's not about us. It's not about our feelings. It's not about our opinions. It really is to understand what people are feeling, and being empathetic goes a longer way than being sympathetic, right? We can't say we know what you feel like, because that's not true. And we have to listen to what people are saying to us. And that's what I mean when I say people have the answers. They're telling you what they want to be done. There's times that we come in there wanting to talk about the drug house in the corner. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about how they can fix the roof. They want to talk about how they can get lighting in their alley. And we have to address that and not be like, well, no, I can't talk to you no more because you're not here to talk about what I want to talk about. It's like you have to build those relationships, and maybe eventually they'll get to talk about that house that law enforcement perhaps is looking at.
Okay, and then one other thing for you, you said to me something about you need to take 27 seconds, right? That could be like a bumper sticker, but what do you mean by that? What's 27 seconds?
I kind of just came up with that one time. So I was actually at a law enforcement conference, and they were talking about, I think it was very interesting. It was one of the persons that he is a law enforcement officer, but he was in charge of doing investigations for use of force and talking about use of force with law enforcement. And he said at one point, like, it's important that sometimes you take time to tell people what's going on, right? Like, not just say, this is not the word that he used, but not to just say, like, back off from the yellow tape, like using other words. And people have to, especially in law enforcement, have to understand that, like, when you, that you bring a different sort of place and your uniform to that space. And when you have somebody who's emotional and somebody's been shot inside the house, the last thing they're thinking about is staying behind the yellow tape. They really want to, like, get to their loved one. And I think taking 27 seconds to explain, like, hey, we're processing the scene, I apologize for what's going on, but it is very important that we look into this so that you can, so that we can do fair justice to the person that's been hurt inside. And people can kind of digest that a little bit better and or use your resources. Perhaps there's another loved one there who can kind of de-escalate the situation. But telling somebody back off is way different than explain that. And I actually timed myself, and it did take like less than 27 seconds. So I know that sometimes we say there's not enough time, but really, it's really those simple things. I know building a relationship takes time, but it's those snippets of 27 seconds that can make a difference.
Great. We're almost out of time, so we got to be really careful here. Billy, I'm going to come back to you because I'm going to give you one chance to speak, and I know you probably were thrilled with that, actually. But so what would you like citizens, and I mean mostly these younger men of color, 13 to 26 or so, understand? What would you like to message? Would you like to get across to them about your job so that you could relate with them better?
I think mainly we all need to realize we're all human, we're all people, we all think and feel the same. We're here to do a job, we're here to protect our community, and we want them to grow up to be police officers or whatever they want to be. So I think a lot of it comes down to just trust and respect.
Hey, you said that respect a couple of times when we were talking. What do you mean? I know what respect is, but what do you mean when you talk about respect? What's missing in terms of respect?
I think it's all of us. I mean, you look at social media and the way we attack each other. You look at the elections and the way we've attacked each other, whether it's red or blue or just in general. I think as a society as a whole, I think we've stopped respecting one another.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to questions advisedly. So again, raise your hand, and if you've got a little button in front of you, you can hit that and ask the question. Questions for our panelists? We've got about 5 minutes left here. Yeah.
I have a question about what you do with whether it's kids or whether it's adults when you're in an unequal society. I mean, you just can't say, can't we all get along? I mean, they have to see that there are things that are occurring that allows the belief that there's some equality in what happens to them. And I think the young people are more aware of that than even the older people. I mean, they may not be able to articulate it, but I think that's from talking to them. I'm talking to them all the time. That's what they get, is that when they say they don't get respect, that's really what they're saying, is they see the disconnect between who's in charge and who makes decisions and what goes on. So I'm just saying that I understand what you're saying, but I'm wondering how can, because it sounds like you're a person that really wants to do this and understand it, or would you get pushback from your colleagues if you said, we got to figure out some way to try to show some, equity and equality in terms of how we work with the young people, because I think that's what they're asking for. Actually, I think that's what they deserve.
Does anybody want to respond to that? I think she's looking at Billy, but anybody who wants to respond can help.
I look at it this way. I think if I look back as a kid, I was always taught to respect my elders. Regardless if you were older than me, even if it was a year or two, it was yes, ma'am, yes, sir. Whether they deserved it or not, that's what you did. And we don't see this anymore. And I'll make a quick story here. I was walking to a gas station, and there was an elderly couple ahead of me, and there were some kids there. And they shut the door on them. And their parents were with them. And I just remember, if that would have been me, my mother would have made me sit there and hold that door all day long for everybody that walked in. Stuff like that doesn't happen. But like you said, we don't respect each other as adults, so our kids are not learning how to respect one another.
Can I respond to that real quick
Yes,
too, Bill?
yes, sir.
I would say this here. In my situation, when the police came down on me in the garden, even after they found out that there was nothing there, that it was unjustified for the stop and everything, they were very mean. One of the officers said at the end of the thing, he said to me, or he said to us, because there was one other person there, and I won't say the name, that name hasn't come out yet, but they said to us, now you can go somewhere else and smoke your weed. So for me, the thing is that if you want respect, you got to give it, And I have 16 grandchildren, and I want them to respect me. But you better damn well know I better respect them too. Otherwise, some of them going to grow up and can't wait to disrespect me. So as I give respect to them, they respond. All 16 of my grandchildren are brilliant.
Can I add something too?
Yeah, go ahead, Maritza.
I think it's also important that when growing up, you would have the adult conversations, right? And then you could go to the kids' table, no, this is adult conversation, go send them to the kids, I think it's important that we start putting the youth at their kids' table, because that's what we're doing right now. And we said we incorporate young people into our meetings, and just because you have a young person in your meeting, that doesn't mean that you're incorporating them. Incorporating them is giving them a peer facilitator role or some kind of ownership role within that meeting to kind of give their voice. Not take notes and then bring it back, or not have them speak some kind of something that they've been practicing, a couple points that they've been practicing. Really ask them the questions and ask the right questions. And there's times that I see adults, because I'm an adult too, right? I think I am. I sit down and we're like, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna tell people, let the young people, to let them know the opioid issue, and it's so scary, and they shouldn't be doing this. And I feel like I literally catch myself oh my God, I sound like my mother, And peer facilitation, to me, I've seen this kids be super successful. When you talk about, when I used to work at the Milwaukee Christian Center as a youth specialist working with young people, they would teach each other what to expect of each other when it came to sort of like domestic violence situations and relationships and what to expect from each other. They don't want to hear from me. They want to hear from each other. Like, oh, you mean I shouldn't be talked to this way? Or you mean I shouldn't put up with this and I'm worth more? We really got to stop giving young people kid table tasks and really putting them in positions where they get to say what they have to say, because ultimately those young people are becoming our adults very, very fast. And if we don't depend on that, then they're going to keep taking on kid position roles because that's what we keep putting them in. So.
Okay, great, thank you. So we are all but out of time, so I'm not going to ask for another question because we got another panel that's going to come right up here. But I'd like you to give our panel here a big round of applause for... I think it's the kind of challenging conversation that we really just touched the surface on here, that we need to have a much deeper and many more engaged conversations in lots of different places about these issues. So thanks for listening. And we're going to have let's see, it's, Rita, you're coming up? Good. Mike Couchet is leaving the building.
Thanks again to our panelists. First of all, I want to say thank you not only to these panelists, to everybody in the room for everything you're teaching us today. Grateful for everything. You met TJ Smith before on the panel, but we did ask TJ to come to Milwaukee to make some comments today because we found so many comparisons between the city of Milwaukee and the city of Baltimore. For those of you who have lost someone in your life, you know that grief is a river. And you know that overcoming or dealing with your grief takes whatever time it takes. I've been privileged to know a lot of people's stories in my years as a journalist because you tell stories in order to get at the universal themes of human life. I have 7 brothers and sisters, 4 younger brothers. My baby brother lost his wife when she was 39. And he used to go to grief group at church on Wednesday nights, so I'd always go out to have dinner with him after grief group. And sometimes he'd come home just so mad. And I'd think, you were just at church, just at this grief group. And one night I said to him, why are you so mad? He said, I'm so sick of hearing people tell me that time heals all wounds. So I looked at my brother David and I said, what does? And he looked at me like, oh my gosh. But he said, Reet, only love over time heals all wounds. I know you're here because you love this city. And love over time will heal our wounds. But I want you to meet someone who's lived that in Baltimore and has lived that as a person. And I want you to share the love with TJ Smith.
All right, thank you guys again. I appreciate it. I didn't want to stand at the podium, so I grabbed this microphone. So if we have some time left, I don't have a lot of time. If we have any time left for questions, I'll give the microphone back. All right, so I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you guys' time. Milwaukee is similar to Baltimore in a lot of ways. I've never been out here before in Wisconsin. I know y'all like cheese. I had some wings yesterday, and they put cheese on the wings, and It's like, okay, but they were good. They were good. So, but it's good. And it's cold and it's snowing. So, you know, the stereotype in my mind is still set, cheese and cold. But thank you guys. Very hospitable town as well. So I enjoyed it very much. One of the things I heard in the last panel and throughout the day, this is really, really good stuff. And this is stuff that has to be magnified throughout cities like Milwaukee, like Baltimore, Chicago. And the right people have to hear it. Normally at like PTA meetings and all, the right parents aren't there. You know, it's the parents that don't really need to be there that are there, and similar in these situations. But one of the things that I ran into when I was wearing the uniform some years ago were parents who would chastise authority in front of their children. And you talk about trauma, that's reinforcing some bad trauma that they can rebuke authority figures. And that's not something I grew up learning as well. I grew up learning the exact opposite. It was go upstairs, this is a grown folk conversation, and you stay out of it. And my mother wouldn't take a side of someone in front of me, at least, even though I was begging her to tell her that they are at fault. That wasn't my place to be in it. And I heard earlier during the film, the lady who lost her son, and she talked about the trajectory of the bullet goes far beyond the impact. And my brother's birthday was just the other day, on the 5th. And I posted a picture of him on Instagram with his kids. And I said that the bullet is far beyond just its intended victim, because now they're kids without a father who they'll never get to meet. So July 2nd of last year was the week before 4th of July, and July 30th was a Friday. I was finally off work, was gonna actually take a vacation for 2 weeks almost, which was just unheard of. I'd never taken off since I'd been there for an extended period of time, so I'm taking a vacation. In Baltimore, we're all about our crabs, all right? So we're all about our steamed crabs. If you put them in the water, you're doing it wrong. You steam them, and I'm all about my crabs. So that morning on Sunday, July 2nd, I went down to Anne Arundel County, which is where Annapolis is, the water. Buddy of mine got a half a bushel of crabs. Drive home, season them up, and you know how we are. I'm not a millennial, but I'm adapting to this new world. I was taking a picture of my crabs, I took a picture of my fruit salad, and I posted it on Instagram, because that's what we're supposed to do. So I did that, steamed up my crabs, and I called my mom because she likes crabs, and I always get extra for her. I said, you want to come over and get your crabs? She said, I don't feel like it tonight, but I'm a mama's boy, so guess what? Got my car, was heading over to mom's to give her crabs. So as I'm coming back, I used to have 2 of these things. I'm telling you, in the past month, I think, what's today, the 10th maybe? 9th? All right, so tomorrow marks 1 whole month since I've been gone from the Baltimore Police Department, and it feels like it's been years. It's been amazing, like a good amazing. Like I haven't stopped smiling, and I cry about everything now, you know, so earlier, don't pay that any mind. I mean, y'all could have put on Lion King and I'd been in here crying. I have a 6-year-old, and then with my brother's death, it's made me like an emotional basket case about things. But that could be a good thing, I guess, you know, because we don't let it out like we probably should, right? But anyway, I used to have 2 of these things. And one used to go off all the time. Every violent crime that occurred in Baltimore, I would get a message. And then there would be messages on top of that. So you could literally be in dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds a day, and it would be constant. And I dropped off the crabs to my mom. I'm coming home because I'm about to eat my crabs. And as I'm pulling in to my garage, I look at my phone and I see Deanne Smith. And I'm like, my brother has a weird first name. And I'm like, whoa, I see the address. I said, whoa. So I become an immediate victim and not a police person, because I'm like, no, it's not my brother. So I text the commander on the scene. I said, I think that's my brother. And what do? Just like any other loved one, I start calling his cell phone, and I get no answer. So I call the commander, and he tells me, with respect, I'll send you the picture. And I said, send the picture. And he sends me the picture. My brother is mixed, and he's very light-skinned, and he has some tattoos. And I know it's him. But guess what? I'm in denial, just like everybody else. I said, no, that's not him. But then I have to think, I am who I am, and if I go to the scene, that's going to become a spectacle, and I just don't want to be tied up in the middle of that. So I see the picture, I said, that's my brother. So now I have to race against social media and race down to my father's house to tell him what occurred. Now, my father and mother aren't together. My father has 8 children. I'm the oldest of all of his kids. I'm my mom's only child. So I'm 15 years my brother's senior. I'm 15 years older than him. And I didn't meet my brother and my younger brother and younger sister until they were adolescents, right around 10, 11 years old. And at that point, I became somewhat of a father figure to them, but I didn't want to get into that lane. But they grew up in Baltimore and grew up differently than I grew up. My father had substance abuse problems, and they lived with him the majority of their life. There was a profile done in the Atlantic after my brother passed away. It went on, it was released this past July. And I found out things in the article that I didn't even know, that my brother and sister kept from me purposely because they didn't want it to interfere in my work as a spokesperson for the police department, where there were nights that they didn't eat, there were nights that they didn't have heat, that they had to sleep together and have the dog sleep in the bed with them just to provide extra warmth. And they would shield some of this from me, although I would help them as much as I could, but they were going through this as a normalcy in a normal environment. So I see all of this, and this is all that's going on, and I have to go down and make the worst death notification of my career, my life, and tell my father that, which immediately turns into, funeral planning and lots of what people don't understand. People only see day one of this traumatic incident, and then you move on to the next one. With me, it was a bit different because they got to see all this grief play out publicly. And ironically, after I came back to work, which ultimately was still 2 weeks later, my first news conference was about murders. And of course, they asked me about my brother's murder again. We were able to, fortunately enough, get the person who did this to my brother. It was inside a house, a friend of his that he let stay at the house, do this. And I just sat through a trial just a few weeks ago now. And he doesn't even get sentenced until December 12th. So it's not even final yet. But the odd part about this whole scenario is that in this strange way, it seemed to brought the community together a little bit more because they actually got to see somebody who they know going through the trauma that they're going through. And I was able to talk about it, and I had to have a press conference and talk about it publicly just because that was the expectation. And I felt that I had a responsibility. And it was tough, but I did it. And it's been tough since. The foundation of the problems that my brother and my sister have dealt with for their entire lives are not unfamiliar. The city of Milwaukee, I'm sure, goes through the same types of things. When I left Baltimore, I wrote a long letter to Baltimore. It was like 8 pages long. I didn't know it was that long, but I wrote it, and I wrote it over time. And it addressed a lot of the things that I've seen over my career. And I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't have hope, y'all should have hope, because the conversations I heard in this room today are where we need to be. I heard the gentleman from the city talking about the trauma response to a young person who has been involved with witness violence. Now, let's act like we're in church for a minute and nod your head or shout out, whatever you have to do. But we probably have communities in Milwaukee that have been the same for 10, 20, 30 years that seem to be where the violence occurs, and we're okay with that. And in the good communities, in the suburbs or in downtown or whatever, that's when it's a big story on the news that something actually happened there. But these other communities that we're used to this trauma, we're not seeing our trauma professionals going into those communities, going into those schools, and addressing it with them because it's their normal. And that's not right, because it's not normal for any of us to see violence the way that we're seeing violence. To hear 600 or 700 people affected by gun violence, we call it shock trauma for a reason. That's a serious situation to be shot or to be killed. One of the things, and I was so glad to hear it here, because one of the things that I'm going to be advocating for in Baltimore are trauma teams that go to places where events occurred. My mom's been a teacher in Baltimore City for over 30 years. My cousin for about 15 years. It never fails. School started in September. It's just November. Between the two of them, they've had 3 parents killed of students of theirs. They both teach in grade school. They would text me and say, you know, you remember so-and-so, that case that you were talking about? That was one of my kids' students, parents. But do you think we have trauma teams going to those schools? Because the secondary traumatic effect are the kids who are in school with the kid who was gone for 2 weeks because their father was killed. That's not normal. But in our suburbs, you'll hear it on the news that trauma teams and counselors were dispatched to be there for a week to help those kids. We have allowed it to become normal. We have allowed ourselves to become numb to a specific community of usually poor and brown people to be disproportionately affected by the violence and the traumatic events that surround violence. That's unfortunate, and that's something that we have to collectively work together to do better. And I wrote in my letter, to change a city, you have to change the city. And we have to over-aggressively change the city because many of our communities have been disproportionately invested in, and we're still suffering the effects of segregation. And we're now told, just get it together. Policing is not going to solve the issues that we're facing. Policing has created the over-policing mentality that we aren't equipped to deal with. We're not equipped to deal with people who aren't listening to their parents, who have mental problems. That's not the police department's responsibility, but we've been tasked with dealing with it, which creates this combustible energy, which results in what we've seen across this nation. There are probably people in here who live in communities who, if a police car is riding through it, you're more nosy than normal because you want to know what the heck are they doing around here, because you almost rather not see the police. Then there are communities where they can't sleep at night, and I talked to somebody just 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, I was talking to somebody who was considering moving out of Baltimore as I was trying to convince them to stay, and they were telling me how, just the irony of being here talking about trauma, how they can't sleep comfortably at night because they're so uneasy because they hear gunshots so often. And the effect of that. But again, we have to look at the root causes that got us there. And one of my biggest things when talking about this, and Milwaukee Public Schools probably have some of the same challenges as Baltimore City Public Schools, where education is the key, where some of our young people, and forgive me for saying it this way, are too dumb to make good decisions because we haven't educated them enough. And they're making these decisions and then thinking about the consequences. But the decisions has already been made. So as long as we continue down that path of not addressing the root cause of our problems, we're going to sit back and hear 5 years from now. But I can say that we're headed in the right direction, and today has proven that through the conversation that's taken place, through the police leaders that I saw in this room that had taken place, through the government leaders that are really talking about what is continuing people down this path of acting out the aggression based on a lot of what they've seen. And then sadly, it's a lot of what I've seen. Some years ago when I was wearing the uniform, I locked up this young guy. I call him a kid. He's not much younger than me, but he had a mentality of a kid. And I locked him up, and he used to curse me out every which way. I mean, he used curse words I didn't even know existed. So one day I'm giving him a ride back from wherever I locked him up from, or what have you, to jail, what have you. And he's just going off, cursing me out. And I had said all kinds of different things to him, trying to get through to him, but he was so bad that day. I asked him one thing, well, among others, but this one thing triggered him. I said, does anyone love you? He broke down and cried like a baby. And I was like, wow. And it hit me. It hit me at that moment that one of the problems is these young people have so much anger and they're used to it, they don't have anyone that actually cares about them. And when I asked him that, he broke down crying. And then he just told me about his grandmother who was ill and was the only person that he thought cared about him. We've developed a bond because of that little moment, and we loosely befriended one another, enough that he was very proud of his accomplishments moving forward when he got out of the drug game and got himself together. But he just wanted somebody to care about him and actually invest in him. And it was that simple, and we just have to collectively get better. One of the famous lines that people often say to me, used to say to me when I was out in the streets wearing the uniform, or even to this day, you just don't understand. And they don't understand because I haven't shown them enough. And if we could go into the hoods of Milwaukee, where guys are on the corner selling drugs and leaving their baby mamas or what have you, they're going to go up to Officer Ron and say, you don't understand. And then Officer Ron pull out their chair and say, have a seat and let me help you understand. They don't know that we know, and that's our fault for not opening up more. And I think as we open up more, and sadly we are finding it out through our own traumatic situations, but that makes us more relatable to the communities that we serve that are going through so much that they don't think we have any idea. But seeing what we saw today is a blueprint really for the rest of the nation, and certainly for the communities here in Wisconsin to understand. And I hope I'm saying Wisconsin right. I know y'all had that weird accent up here. Wisconsin or something, I don't know. I can't even, yeah. But we have to show who we are on the inside so our communities can trust us again, and we can get back to some sense of policing to protect property and protect lives and not worry about confrontations. And the implicit biases that exist that were talked about, it's a reality. If I asked you all right now, name a bad community in Milwaukee, y'all would name one. And I've never been here before, but I'm gonna take your word for it. And we teach that in police academies. I used to teach diversity in a police academy, and I would put 5 of our communities on the board. Some good, some bad, and I would ask the young recruits to describe those communities for me. Give them the words that describe them. They would give a list. Then I would ask to raise their hand, how many of them have been to this community? Half had never been to the communities that they're describing a certain way. And then they go into these communities and treat everyone in those communities a certain way. And the irony in what I was teaching them was the fact that the 2 good communities there were the last 2 areas where officers were shot, not in the ones that are described as the bad ones. So don't go into these places treating everyone as if they're pieces of crap, because that's going to result in problems for you. But together, we can do this, and we have to continue to spread the message. And it's through our personal stories, because they think we're superhuman. I heard Billy telling a story earlier about which mall she goes to. And I remember one day having a radio on in my car. One of the kids came up and heard the music. It's like, you listen to this music too? I was like, what did you think I listened to? He said police music, whatever that is. Yeah, he doesn't know what it is, but he didn't think I listened to the same music. But simple encounters like that make the world of a difference. So I know that we have a long way to go as a police world. I know that we have started somewhere by addressing the trauma. We need to make sure that when we see violence occur in the communities, we're not simply stopping at the family that encountered that violence, because I know I needed a better answer when I was out in the field and I just delivered this bad news to somebody and I'm just walking away and I'm wondering, and what do I tell them next? I don't know what to tell them next. That family that still has to go through a trial of their loved one's murderer, people don't realize that trauma is going to be relived, the mistrial that might take place, and you have to continue reliving it. So this is one of the root causes of the continued problems. And I'm proud to have had the opportunity to been here, hear from everybody, share with everyone, and I appreciate you guys. Anybody have any questions of me from earlier? Or yes, ma'am.
Let's imagine for a minute that everything that we talked about today happens. Do you think that there is any hope for that to be effective until people get jobs in these communities?
Yeah, well, the jobs, in my opinion, is one factor. If we bring Amazon here right now, right? Don't yell at me about Amazon. We bring a business here right now. If we don't prepare people to learn how to work and know how to work, we've set them up for failure. And we've set communities up for failure because it doesn't matter if the jobs exist. Do they have the responsibility of knowing how to keep the job and maintain the job? If they go to that job and abuse it, then they lose it, and then it's all for naught. So again, education is the key to making people smarter so that they can make better decisions. One of the things that I mentioned in Baltimore recently, they had a big announcement in a new area that's being developed. 3 new cyber security firms are opening up in 2020. And the mayor was there, the governor was there, the CEOs were there, everybody was talking about it. And I said, the school superintendent should have been there because we should be looking at ways to make sure our curriculums in school match up with these new jobs that are going to be presented. If not, then they're not going to get these jobs and we're going to see that gap all over again. And if we keep re-victimizing people where they think they can't get this job, then they're going to go out onto the streets and get the job that they know they can get, which is in a gang or on the drugs. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Where you can provide that type of information to them in order for them to work on those steps that they have to go through, like you said, a trial and the victim witness type of
Well,
services.
it's better now.
Okay.
This dated me back to the early to mid 2000s, but it just speaks to where we're going, where we have seen the failures of what we've tried to do, and now we can better address it. So yes, today I will have a whole heap of resources where I might not have to leave that person alone. But again, we as a police community have to get better. We're about to go give somebody the most devastating news of their life, and we are ill-prepared in doing it. We just no real professional training. It's something that you go and do, and it's unfair to the victim that you're about to go and talk to. So something that we're getting a little better at, and we have to continue to get better. Anything else?
Thank you so very much.
Thank y'all very much.
If I can have my panel up here, that would be great. While they're doing that, I was just going to emphasize one of the stories that TJ told. One of the times we were in Green Bay Prison and we were doing the circle with all the men from Green Bay. And the question I asked was to describe somebody who's made a positive influence on your life, even if it was only for a few minutes. So whether it was a parent or whether it was a teacher or somebody out in the street or a guard or anybody that said something to you at the right moment or did something for you that touched your life, could you share? And people are sharing various stories. We go around the room. And it only happened one time, but 2 of the men said, I never had anybody. And you could hear the hearts drop to the floor of the rest of us in that room. that was their response. They could not think of anybody that ever favorably touched their lives. And what was interesting is at least one of them, after the victims had spoken in our circle about their experiences and why they had hope for the men and so on, one of the men said at the end, "Now I have somebody." And it was one of the survivors of the violent crime who had spoken. So it's that matter of hope and knowing that somebody cares that can make such a difference. This last panel, we've done this a number of times at the end of our conferences to have a reactor panel a little bit to the day. All three of these individuals have participated in different ways in today. And I'm simply going to begin, and I'll begin with you, Billy. You're at the end, and I'll start the other way and have Tim at the end. What struck you today about the conference? Did you feel like you learned something, or there was something you didn't like, or just what struck you? What will you take away from having been here today and heard the various speakers and panels?
Well, I think mine probably goes back further than just today. I think just the initial phone call from Rita asking me to do this, and sitting in the room doing the filming and listening to all the stories. And I've seen, I think, well, I was there obviously initially when we filmed it. We had a session where we saw the movie before everybody else, and then today. And I think just sitting there and hearing the stories, and this is the third time now that I've heard all the stories, every single time it brings tears to your eyes, no matter what. And I think as a mother, as a daughter, as a police officer, as a community member, I think for me, I realized even more so how much each and every one of us has trauma in our lives. And even with this, each one of those stories, I was either professionally or personally could relate to each and every one of those stories. So I think for me, it was just, wow.
Thank you. Yolanda, how about you? What today, or through this process, have you felt that you've learned, impressed you, affected you? And you're going to have to pull the mic closer because we're not going to let you whisper.
Okay. So usually, and I'm going to answer your question this time, I promise. Usually when we come to these conferences, the one thing that I thirst after is a tool. So what do? I want to answer to something, right? Unfortunately, we're not going to have that today. The one thing we can do is be the change. So there's not an answer for that. I know Mr. Ellis said that he's the change on his block, right? I can be the change in somebody's life. I can be that voice. I can be their ear. The judge can be the empathizer. They can be the decision maker. Tim can be their trauma guy. Billy can be their community resource, but we can be the change. What I've come away with today is not a tool, but a decision. That though I can't be the change for everybody or every block or every courtroom, I can be the change for the person that I'm sitting across from, whether that be my client or my coworker or anybody. I can do that, and if I do that and somebody else does that and then somebody else does that and then somebody else does that, then those changes will multiply and we'll have a different conversation hopefully in 5 years.
Thank you. Tim, you've been to a lot of trauma conferences.
You're the trauma guy.
Is there anything different about today that you've learned or experienced?
So I've been making notes, and to very directly answer your question, Janine, a quote that Yolanda started out very early in her piece on the video was, "They just see that as life." And then I heard Chief Rosinski, I hope I said that right, Chief, basically talk about, gosh, we didn't really think about it or know until someone introduces that frame to us. And this is something I've been curious about for a long time. The way we're all conceptualizing this is maybe built on a very old and maybe outdated frame. PTSD, the words, means post-traumatic stress disorder. primarily coming from veterans who were deployed, kind of like a police officer or someone living in a sort of a violent neighborhood, whatever, or in a violent home. They have to have these tools to survive. But the post came when we said they're now removed from that. They're now back home. They're now home from their shift. They're now done with a long career in law enforcement. And then in that post sort of process, they're struggling. Because the skills they learn for, 30 years served them well to survive in the home, on the street, with the badge. They don't work so well at a neighborhood picnic when you hear a firecracker go off for the 4th of July and you're ready to shoot somebody. So I say all that because what struck me today was there maybe needs to be this evolution of how we think about this, that too many professionals and too many people live with continuous, unrelenting exposure in response to trauma. And that's not about post. That, if you're with me, which would be remarkable at 3:30 in the afternoon, compliments to you, is a pretty remarkable truth to uphold. And I think it allows us to better understand the reality of a 30-year veteran of law enforcement, the reality of someone who was maybe removed from a violent environment but then went back, removed again and then went back. Is there ever post, or is this always just continuous? And so I'm just thinking about what I heard today and thinking about how we frame truth around this.
So I'm going to start with you. If people in the audience, we've had little hints today of what things people might be able to do in terms of whether it's share lawnmowers or other kinds of building a relationship. We've heard discussions about schools. We've heard discussions about being aware of our biases when we go into a neighborhood and all. Can you think of a suggestion of things, little things or big things that people can do to move this discussion along, to be more sensitive to the trauma in people's lives, and to be able to have an approach with people that understands, or at least tries to understand what they have sustained, and try to address them in a positive way?
Yeah, so it's a good opportunity to make a plug for Dr. Lovell and Amy Lovell's initiative of scaling wellness in Milwaukee. It's really exciting for us that Reggie Moore just joined the steering committee of that group. It's a growing number of people who are trying to figure out how to coordinate activity, how to create synergy in activity. If I can be so blatant, the next meeting is November 26th from 8 to 10 a.m. at Our Savior's Lutheran Church. I think that's 33rd in Wisconsin, 32nd in Wisconsin, 30th in Wisconsin, thank you. And it is an open invitation for anybody interested in this process. The only other thing I would say is the other theme that strikes me throughout today is all this requires resource. And yet, sometimes, if you think about, and I've got some friends and colleagues in the Milwaukee Police Department who talk about if the stars align perfectly, I say that sarcastically, and 2 people call in sick, they might have 4 officers responding to all this stuff we're talking about. And if you heard Ron talk about the pressure to not stay for 30 minutes or sit down, TJ, and have that conversation, that's also driven by resources. So when each of us as public citizens make decisions around the word we don't like to use, tax dollars, I think it matters, quite frankly, in terms of how we prioritize what resources people doing this work have, and generally speaking, we underfund them. So when it's your turn to vote, your turn to advocate, your turn to sort of check a box, maybe sort of connect this conversation today to the kinds of resources people need, because this is mostly staffed by heroic people who often become overwhelmed by the tasks that they're given. And frankly, 10% more heroic people would help quite a bit.
Yolanda, you talk and listen to a number of children and people about their childhood. As people in the audience deal with kids that are problematic, that may be aggressive, whether it's in interactions in the neighborhood or in the school or classmates of their children or in other environments, what would you suggest in terms of trying to be more sympathetic and supportive and talking to kids who on the surface seem like they are totally out of control, and assuming it's not an active mental health issue, what would you suggest they do?
First you have to be interested. You have to be interested enough to want to inquire. The next thing I would say is
Can you pull the mic closer again?
Really? Y'all can't hear me?
You're being so quiet.
Goodness. I will repeat, you need to be interested. And being interested does not mean blaming, oh my God, Billy is acting such a jerk today, let's just put him in a corner. Interested is, did Billy eat breakfast, right? Interested is, did Billy have somewhere to sleep last night? Be interested. That doesn't mean that you corner Billy, you just are interested in what's going on with Billy. The next thing you do, because you're interested, is you ask Billy, what's going on with you today? Billy doesn't want to talk to you, you give Billy his space, her space. Your name's Billy too. You give them space, but as you ask, you also answer a need. So you ask and you answer. You ask, what's going on with you today? I didn't eat. Give Billy a sandwich. It's the small things. Show that you're interested. Inquire. Be the human person that child needs you to be. And when they don't respond, because sometimes they won't at first, you continue. And it's hard. And you go home, and you come back tomorrow, and you try again. I would just say those three things. Be interested, ask, and then answer a need.
Thank you. I think, even dealing with some men in the prisons where I've spent more time with the men than the women, just even talking about a friend's mother who listened to them and was a place that they felt could be safe, and have that conversation may seem very minor to the person who's giving that, but huge to the child who's receiving it. So I think that those are very good words. Billy, when you were talking about officers, I remember when we were doing our circles on the south side, Paulina, her name was Dehan then, was running circles for us on the south side, District 2. And one day she decided to bring a bunch of police officers together with a bunch of young boys who had been found to be delinquent in children's court and who'd been problematic. And she didn't tell the boys who they were going to be with for the afternoon, and they walked in and saw all these police officers, and they reacted negatively, and some didn't want to stay. And she started the circle process, and they started talking. It was only supposed to be an hour. It went 4 hours. And at the end, what the boys were saying is, okay, you guys are okay. All those rest of those cops aren't okay, but you guys are okay, which is just confirming of your story. How would you, if you had a broader voice with law enforcement, how would you train or tell them that they could become more human to the people they interact with on the street, or even in incidents or post-incident investigations? What would help those officers and help that community to better communicate with each other?
I think it goes a lot what Yolanda said. You just need to listen. I mean, a lot of times you get to these scenes and people don't want to talk about what happened. They're upset, they're crying, whatever. Sometimes you just need to give them a moment. A lot of times you go, domestic violence scenes, the television is on. Start talking about the movie. Start talking about a basketball game, the weather. It takes a person somewhere else just to redirect their whole train of thought and start, ask them their name, officers, and I'm guilty of it too. We're so quick to hurry up to get the story because the dispatcher's waiting, our sergeant and our captain is waiting, we need a description. Take a minute, and and of course they tell us, take a minute, but we're so quick to hurry up. I need to know, I need to know, I need to know. You're going to get a lot more, which I've learned too, and even being a probation agent. for the probation agents that are here. I always got yelled at. We get a new intake case, and you had 30 days to finish all the paperwork. And one of the part of the paperwork was a background thing, and I think it was like, what, 8 pages, something like that. I was always late. And my supervisor said, why is your thing is always late? I just remember, it was 8 pages worth of personal information. Do you want to tell a stranger 8 pages worth of personal information? Start out with something nice. You know, do you like basketball? Do you like the sunshine? Do you like the snow? Believe it or not, each and every one of us has something in common. You just have to find it.
You know, it's funny, I don't know if Ron Johnson is still here, but Ron used to do our circles, and when he worked with gangs in the local high school and was doing circles with them, he usually asked them each what their favorite cereal was. You know, and it was such an unusual question for them, you know, and then they start laughing, right? They start laughing about Captain Crunch and all the things that they liked. But it was trying to, not the usual conversation about, you know, getting shot or police relations, but it was kind of the common experience of being a kid and trying to get the dialogue going. What I'd like to do is open it up to questions or reactions, either from the panel or a reaction to the day. Or any other general questions that someone has here. Yes.
Oh, there you go. So I had a question for you, Janine, with the, when you did the circle and the video and just in general, what did you do as a group leader to repair the harm? And then what interventions did you use to help manage things like emotional dysregulation and flashbacks?
I'm having a hard time hearing. You asked about managing, would you re-ask? I'll just get closer.
Sure. So what did you do in the circle as a group leader to repair harm? And then what interventions did you use to help manage emotional dysregulation and flashbacks?
Okay. First of all, on the flashback issue or the trigger issue, we, first of all, Rita interviewed everybody and talked to them about the stories that they might want to share. And one of the things we do when we do these circles is, particularly working with survivors, is to see where they are, if they've had therapy, if they're in a place where they feel comfortable telling their stories. You know, I wouldn't pick a survivor. I did domestic violence circles. I wouldn't pick a survivor of domestic violence unless I'd had a lot of checks that she was in a good position well after the fact to tell the story to the group and wanted to tell this. That was the voluntariness was really important. I mean, it's the same reason we have a therapist here all day, just to make sure that if anybody needed to talk to anybody. In terms of repairing the harm, we didn't have much time, and the last time we made a film, that became a smaller question. We did ask them, that's one of the reasons we had the panel today a little bit, is for them to talk about working sort of collectively on restorative justice on the issue of trauma. We were not directing at any particular crime or any particular issue. So, I mean, you can do a victim-offender dialogue, and obviously I haven't had time to talk about the different processes of restorative justice today, but if you're doing a victim-offender dialogue, you're looking specifically at a specific event. When we're doing these circles, we're often more talking about a collective event or kinds of problem. This was trauma, and that's why we were trying to weave in today the kinds of things that we can repair trauma to the community, support those who've been traumatized, and try to prevent trauma to people. So it's more a collective discussion than an individual today. Other questions, comments? Yes?
Yes.
Hi.
And this has been very informative. I'm very appreciative of this. Do you work with female, you have circles for female?
The question is whether we had circles for female inmates. We did. We worked with the Women's Center in Milwaukee for a series. When I'm retired, by the way, if you haven't noticed. When I was running the program here, we had a Women's Center. I tried recently to set one up at the Cheetah, and the warden there decided that they had too many programs going on already and didn't want to add the restorative justice piece. When we were working in the community, we had a lot of women involved, and one of the more, just to show you that there can be interesting twists with all these things,
Paulina did this when we were doing the circles in the South Side. There was a problem with solicitation of prostitutes in a particular neighborhood on the South Side. And so what she decided to run, and it was a program for men primarily who were soliciting undercover officers in that neighborhood. And we did a community solicitor circle. So the community members could talk about what it was like to have prostitutes in their neighborhood, to find these used condoms on their lawn in the morning, to have their kids out there exposed to these men, many of whom coming from the suburbs, to be able to find a prostitute. And so it was a community and offender kind of circle. One of the things, and I do have law enforcement here, so I am going to mention this, I never was able to successfully do this in Milwaukee, but when I was setting up the program, I wanted I went to the Healing Center. Many of you know the Healing Center. It's a center that addresses issues for primarily women, but men as well, who've been sexually assaulted, whether or not the offender has been caught. And I went to a session there. We had a sort of informational session where I wanted to explain restorative justice to them, and I'm never trying to promote a victim-offender dialogue. I just wanted them to know what it was. And we did a circle with the women, and I asked them what would be helpful to them in terms of trying to repair the harm, to get back to the repairing the harm question. And what a number of them said, they would like to have a circle with the law enforcement officers that first questioned them, that they felt, attacked and not believed, and, what you were wearing, how much were you drinking, and and there's an explanation on the law enforcement end of this as to why they may be asking those questions, but those women felt very much that they were not being believed. And they said, when the case finally got done, the guy turned out to be a serial rapist. Nobody came back to apologize to me for the way I was questioned and taught. And I always thought you could have a wonderful circle with the police that are investigating those cases and handling those cases, and survivors after the case is over, to be able to talk through what that initial encounter was like. One of the worst stories I've heard is there was a woman that we worked with who was brutally raped. She was Madison, and at knife point in an alley, and she was in the emergency room in one of the hospitals in Madison, and as she was lying there waiting to be examined, one officer turned to the other and said, "Oh God, she's got that doctor who's really insensitive about these things." And she heard that, and she thought, I'm not having a man touch me again tonight. So she denied 3 times that she'd been raped, even though she was brutally raped. Fortunately, for everybody, he had been a serial, and not this part, he'd been a serial rapist. They had a lot of evidence on other counts, and they were able to go ahead on other counts. But that law enforcement discussion of being too casual and not thinking about what you're saying in front of a victim can impact. So there are lots of opportunities to do these things, to deal with the trauma of the victims, of the community, and law enforcement. Other questions of the panelists? Comments? Yes.
I'm not exactly sure how to ask this question, but I'm going to ask Tim. You were talking about cognitive dissonance earlier, and sometimes I think denial is a very helpful technique. But I'm wondering, when there are clients who have suffered multiple traumas, how do you deal with that? I mean, do you prioritize what was the most traumatic? Do you try to deal with all of them at once? And Yolanda, maybe you can address that too. It's got to be a difficult thing to delve down into all of the traumas and try to address those.
Yeah, so I would give you probably an atypical response. I'm not sure that dealing is where my default assumption would start. Meaning, I'm always careful about where wisdom comes from, and I don't want to have it on behalf of somebody. So my first question is often, are there benefits of not dealing, and should that be the continued path, right? Because what I've learned in my own experience and in my years of doing this work, especially with kids, is that there's often, to your point about denial, a really nice outcome from choosing that path. And I'm always careful not to play some kind of divine role in, interrupting that. However, if I sort of, through a collaborative process, engage in a conversation and say, what do you think? Are there downsides to the path you've currently chosen, which is to keep it packed away? And sometimes in that process, there's a commitment to take some very slow steps. The problem I would offer with you clinicians out there, and I hope you'll hear this respectfully, is we have a default that says we have to unpack, right? I'm not so sure that's always true. I understand why that's so. Our funding sources require us to do that. They review our notes, et cetera. But I think it's important to note that these people might have a different path they want to pursue for a while, and far be it for me to be the one to interrupt that. Now, it's a different question if you're saying with those multiple traumas, where do you start first? But I generally default to let my client be my guide. The other thing I would say, though, is to use a really old Bessel van der Kolk phrase, the body keeps the score. I often ask what the content of dreams are. Because usually the most salient or relevant traumatic experiences are the most frequently dreamed about, not always. And sometimes if people are stuck, I often say, is that someplace you want to start? Is the content of the dream that keeps reoccurring? So I don't know if that gives you...
Any other questions?
I will just back up.
Sure, go
back
ahead.
on what Tim said. So I let the person that I'm talking to tell me what they want to talk to me about. I've learned a variety of ways to gather information, not just about them, but about what they've gone through, what has happened to them. And I can be pretty creative about getting them to discuss those things, but we only go as far and as deep as you will allow me to go with you. Otherwise, I'm also traumatizing you, and that's not fair. And I don't want to be in that position. I don't want to be added to the list of people who hurt you. So if you don't want to talk about the sexual assault, you just want to talk about the domestic violence, we'll stay there until you're ready. And if you're never ready, that's fine too, because that might be the safest place for you to be.
Thank you. Yes, Corinthia.
Do we partner in Milwaukee with Milwaukee Public Schools? And does Baltimore, do they partner with the Baltimore Public Schools to help address some of these youth issues?
Do you want to talk about what's happening with Milwaukee Public Schools, Tim, and then I'll call on
Yeah,
TJ.
so I'm looking around the room to see if there are MPS folks I don't recognize. Oh, wait, there they are. So it might be a better question to ask them. They've got a bunch of stuff they've been doing. They were early adopters. Remember, though, they're turning a really big ship. So we often talk about, people have this mistaken belief that if we just train everybody, we're good. And I didn't really know Chief Flynn, but I wonder if part of his comments about there's not a problem in the world that training won't solve, if part of that was, trust me, we've trained thousands and thousands of people, including our own staff, and then I sit with them in a staffing and say, you said what? That wasn't trauma-informed at all. I wish blitzing people with training would be the sole solution to the problem. But it takes repetition, it takes sort of persistence, it takes a commitment, it takes different messages from different people. This glorious woman up front here, I'm going to pick on you now, has a book in her bag some of you probably want to know about. So either you can ask her about that book, presuming she'd be willing. Can you hold that up for folks? So it's Dr. Joy DeGrew's book on post-traumatic slave syndrome. And the reason I bring that up is when you're looking for different wrinkles about having the same conversation, learning comes from consistent platform with a little bit of novelty. Consistent sort of message with a little bit of novelty. So when you go through your 6th, 7th, and 8th sort of iteration of this, it starts to gain a different kind of depth and appreciation, and lo and behold, you start to act differently. So I mean, the MPS folks can probably say way more than I can. We've been connected to some of their activity, but they are doing remarkably great stuff around teacher capacity, around sort of trauma-sensitive schools, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe for the next panel, we can have a rep from there and talk about the work they're doing. Great question, though.
Do you know, TJ, if things are happening in Baltimore in terms of working with the schools on the trauma-related issues?
From a police department perspective?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe a little different. We have a Baltimore City School Police Department that handles the inside of schools. So there's a bit of a separation, which actually could create additional problems, to be honest with you, because it might not be a Baltimore police officer that encounters that child inside the school. They'll encounter them out in the community and won't be able to necessarily relate the two things right away. Again, I think we all could do much better with what we work with inside of the school. But the schools have some different rules in place with privacy that they won't even share with law enforcement, which creates some barriers as well.
Thanks. Was there another question over here? Did I see another hand up? Well, if not, first of all, I'd like you to give a round of applause to our final panel. I hope that the conference has been helpful. Our objectives really are, in a relatively short time, to give this restorative justice lens to a particular issue. And as I told you at the beginning, really holding up, and hopefully you're all walking away, as the chief indicated, with a deeper understanding of trauma and what people are facing and how it impacts people that are involved in violence and violent situations and our law enforcement in the community, that we have a better understanding of the people who are impacted, not only the direct impact, but people that actually, like Tim and Yolanda and others who work in the system in the secondary and third level trauma, as well as the law enforcement who are the first responders. And perhaps at least some beginning ideas of things that maybe you can do differently in your communities and the work that you do, the public service you might do in schools and other places. And also explaining to people what you've learned today, I think, is very important. It's a topic that I think that many of us don't understand easily, and we'll think about one event and we don't think about the repetitive traumas that happen, particularly to a lot of young people in our community. I do want to thank, where's Christine? Is she here? Christine Walensky-Vogel, there she is. Christine is the linchpin to this whole thing. The only reason I get the credit for this, because I'm retired, is that I've got this incredible group of people at the law school. The second is Carol Dufek. Is Carol here? Carol gets all our lunches and our building and everything set. And of course, you've seen Rita Aleman today in lots of different roles. You're a great commentator. I've not seen you moderate before. That was great. I will just tell Mike Boucher he's out of a job. Thank you, Rita. And Barry Mainwood, who's not here, who participated in our film. I've mentioned earlier, you will be getting a couple of emails from us. One will be, what's it called, monkey survey, to do an evaluation of the day and any ideas you have. The other is we will make available, and it's going to take a little bit for us to technically get it together. The film will be available so that if you have people that you'd like to see it, or a group you'd like to give it. I'm going to do not a heavy level, but a level of checking who we're sending it to, so we're not sending it to somebody that's going to misuse it. But clearly, if you were at the conference and you want to show it to people, just indicate that in an email, and we'll tell you how to do that. I'm hoping that this film will have a life long after today, to be able to have people understand trauma and what people are coping with, and then hopefully move to what kinds of things we can all do, not only as professionals, but mostly as a part of the same community that we love. So thank you all very much for the day.